That ain't what I was thinking. Every afternoon when I get home, my grandson has got a baseball and 2 gloves, and he's ready to go, and he's killing me. He's killing
We'll get you in shape, Jack. Good afternoon and welcome to the June 15, 2022 Gates County Board of Commissioners meeting. I am Dr. Althea Riddick, the 2022 Chair of the Board. I'm joined this afternoon by Commissioner Linda Hoffler, Vice Chair, Commissioner Jack Owens, Commissioner Ray Freeman, Commissioner Jonathan Cratter, County Manager Tim Wilson, County Attorney Philip Godwin, and Clerk to the Board, Julitha Chestnut. Let us please stand for the invocation and pledge of allegiance. Heavenly Father, we invite you at this time to bring your Holy Spirit into this place. We ask you to watch over this gathering, this meeting, and we give this meeting to you. Remind us of the assignment and trust you have given us as a board when we took the oath of office to lead this county and serve the best interests of Gates County and all citizens. We may have disappointment, frustration, struggles, but that does not cancel your will or your presence with us on this evening. We pray for the sick and shut in everywhere, and for those without the resources to have a quality of life that we have. We thank you, Heavenly Father, for your grace and your mercy, your guidance and your leadership. You surround each and every one of us every day with your angels to keep us from all hurt, harm, and danger. But even though that may attack us, Heavenly Father, you know you'll never leave us nor forsake us. We ask you again, we ask you to settle down in this place and have your way. In Jesus Christ's name I pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The first order of business is the approval of the agenda as preceded. As we proceed, you receive the revised agenda at your desk. Are there any changes to the agenda? Hearing none?
For the consent, excuse me.
No, they're not to the consent agenda yet.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
We're just doing the agenda.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept the amended agenda put before us this morning.
I second that motion.
All in favor? Aye. Now we go down to the consent agenda. Are there any agenda items to be removed or replaced? Commissioner?
Yes, under the consent agenda, number G, budget amendment, F-22-043, sewer system.
Hold on.
And also S is in Sam.
Wait. What was the first one? G?
G is in George.
Covered needed repairs in the sewer system?
Yes.
Where do you want to put that, sir?
Under new business.
You had another one?
And S is in Sam, request for surplus, the Parker boat and trailer.
Madam Clerk, remove G, budget amendment F-22-043, cover needed repairs in the sewer system. And S, request for surplus 202, parking boat and trailer, and 200 house HP Everwood outboard. Move those appropriately to the agenda items. Make note of it and remind me when we get there. Okay? I need approval for the other consent agenda items.
I make a motion we approve the consent agenda as amended.
Second.
It's been a properly motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Ayes have it. Okay. Next item are, we're going to have public comments. You will notice the monitor. I think he's going to have 5 minutes up there. If you have a handout to present to the board, please hand it over to the clerk so she can present those to us before you start speaking. Come on in, ma'am. Madam Clerk, who is the first?
First is Mr. Earl Roundtree.
Mr. Roundtree? Mr. Earl Roundtree.
You already know my name because she told me. I'm going to run through this thing because my time's up, but I don't want anyone to take this wrong. I'm not here to criticize anyone. I'm here to praise. But I have something, if you think about what I got to say, these are things you should already know. And it's part of your political career, but I'm going to bring it up. As I said, and number one, I'm not here to endorse any candidates. Nobody. My two candidates already won. It cost me a small fortune, but they won, and I've never been happy in my life. But what I'm here to say tonight is there's a giant disconnect between the Board of Commissioners in general and with the citizens of Gates County. And let me quickly explain. Ray, thank you so much for your service. You've been an asset to this board, even though you lost big. But I think the general feeling is across the county, and I get a lot of responses, they said if you ran in the general election, you would have won. And that's part of what I'm going to bring up in my statistics. The first statistic I'm going to say, I guess, has to do with Mr. Craddock. Nothing about him personally. I don't even know him other than meet him here. 73% of the people in Hall Township, and that's what I still call it, 73% of the people in Hall Township voted for Donald Trump. Remember that figure. Mentonville, lenders, 66% of the people in Mentonville or Hobbsville or District 5, whatever you want to call it, 66% voted for Donald Trump. Sunbury, home county and the chairman, 58% of the people in Sunbury, North and South added together, voted for Donald Trump. And so what I am saying is that looking at y'all's record outside of maybe Ray who got defeated, y'all are not on the same side as the rest of the people in this county. And I think some of that may change. I will say this, that I've always liked Jack and supported him. I think that Jack is usually pretty straight with me. We don't always agree. But Jack has got his first major test. He's got a test. He's had some good people running with him, against him, not bad people, but they won't, Jack didn't have any problem beating him in a Democratic primary. But he's got somebody out there now that has been running hard, dedicated, passionate, and now we're looking at the fact that 56% of the people in Gates County voted for Donald Trump. And Sandy Smith carried Gates County. And so as we look at this, a new day is coming. That's what I'm trying to present. A new day is coming. You can't sit back and do just exactly what you think the Democrats want you to do because you're on a Democrat board. Now, I don't know how y'all going to handle this, but you got to remember that 56% of the people in Gates County voted for Donald Trump. They voted for Sandy Smith. And so this is the way it is. This is the facts. I just wanted to present them to you. Now, as I sit here and speak tonight, I am sure there's something going on that I know about, constantly going on, this is not tonight, Jonathan, that there's looking for new leadership to lead the opposition. And when I say the opposition, I'm talking about opposition getting good candidates. This has been one of the problems. You know, it's not whether I'm going to vote against or for Linda, but it's something Linda's going to run or Jack's going to run. What we want is good candidates no matter who wins. But I want to see us get down to the fact that we have good conservative candidates to run, and that will make y'all do a better job. Thank you, Ray.
Madam Clerk?
Sherry Miller, Department Head Reports.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Sherry Miller. I live on Punch Bowl Road in Hobbsville, and I'm here as a concerned citizen this evening. In the department reports with Commissioner's packet for this month, the Gates County Emergency Management Report has stated within the 911 communication subsection that there has been ongoing hiring and staffing and interviewing as soon as applications are submitted. As a citizen that is aware of the staffing shortages, this concerns me as it is incorrect. I was a full-time dispatcher with Gates County for over 6 years. This past November, after multiple conversations with my then superiors, I stepped down from my full-time position in order to take a full-time position with another agency doing a different type of dispatching. I work from home now. It was understood that I would be remaining as part-time as I spoke to my superiors about this at the time. And this was in place prior to the turmoil that came about in December. And having no further shifts in December, and I have the schedules to prove that, I went ahead and followed through with what I'd already discussed and submitted my letter of resignation from my full-time position, stating that I would like to remain on as part-time, as was previously discussed. Following that email, I discovered not being able to access my email or my timesheet, that I had been locked out. After multiple calls to multiple people, I was advised that my termination was accepted across the board. I was told that I do not get to tell them that I'm going to remain as part-time. But if you listen to my wording, I would like to. I did not say I was going to. It was written as a request to please be allowed. After many conversations during that incredibly emotional time for all of us, it was stated that if I wanted to work as a dispatcher in Gates County again, I need to submit an application. I do not agree with this, as it ends up costing the county even more money should I be hired again. I did so. Not just once, but twice now I have submitted my application via email to Christy Byram. The second email with my application also being sent to Heather Seeney, Jason Sample, Tim Wilson, and I believe that all of you commissioners should have received one as well. Following Mr. Sample's statement of hiring, staffing, and interviewing as soon as applications are submitted in the April Commissioner's packet, it's not true. Gates County paid for my certifications. And should I not be employed in time to renew my certifications by the end of July and then hired at a later date, Gates County would again have to pay for the training that I already have. Gates County is in need of help. The vast majority of the new hires within the communications office are no longer there. I was trained here and considered a console with just being updated of any changes, and that's all. I'm completely certified. You can ask every single dispatcher I've worked with in the office. I've never had any complaints. I've never been evaluated as anything less than exemplary. My evaluations from past years that should be on file to support this. For my fellow dispatchers, to the deputies I have spoken with, to every citizen I have spoken with, no one understands why I am still waiting for even a callback. Or why was I ever being gone to begin with? And after submitting my application twice, I have yet to be contacted. I'm here tonight with yet another copy of my application and resume for each of you, and would like to reiterate that I am here as a qualified applicant. I did not take my position as dispatcher lightly. I always felt that every call that came into that communication center, there was a need, Whether I understood their need at the time, it was my job to receive it and deliver it out to where it needed to be. Every person that called in, I was respectful to. Every person that called in, I tried to fill the need as quickly as possible. I love my county. I respect my leaders. And I want an opportunity to just have what I have submitted to looked over and at least a call back to tell me no. Thank you for your time. And I have a copy of my resume and application for each of you. I'll give to Ms. Joe. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Emily Truman, miscellaneous.
Hello, my name is Emily Truman, and I am in the Gatesville voting precinct here as a citizen. Tonight, I come to you all with what I hope is a simple request to carry into the new fiscal year. I want to begin by simply asking that you as a board strive for a few things this upcoming year. The first being accountability. Accountability amongst each other on the board for those you have in leadership positions and acting as department heads and/or supervisors within our county, and accountability for the other staff in which Gates County has employed. I ask of you that the department heads and supervisors especially be held accountable to the standards of which they should be held. I beg of you to hold your supervisory staff accountable for making untrue statements, misrepresenting information, and for ineffective leadership. I ask that you hold them accountable to the standards upon which they agreed to when accepting their positions. Next, communication. I ask you to do what you're able to do in order to better communicate and articulate the happenings within Gates County to our citizens, to the staff, and to each other. I ask that you demand better communication within the various departments in the county, such as, if something new is being changed or implemented, a formal notification to go out to all the staff involved in that department. Changes to procedure and such are not necessarily bad things. However, when your staff is not notified, it interferes with job performance, and in some of these jobs, that can be life-threatening. Transparency. I know some of you on the board are not a fan of the word, but to be transparent does not mean that you are airing things that cannot and should not be aired. It does mean, however, that you will do to the best of your ability, or you will, to the best of your ability, not act in the dark, and will instead be forthcoming with your actions, as you are an elected official who does indeed answer to the citizens. There is a difference between discretion and disregard. Too much of what we are not notified of is due to disregard for us as citizens and employees, not discretion that is needed due to sensitive nature of these issues. Moving on from that, I want to say that so many of our citizens agree 100% with Mr. Kittrell and what he presented at the last meeting. I was unable to attend due to little ones that were sick, but could not have said any of it better than Mr. Kittrell did. While mentioning this, I want to hit on the proposed tax increase. While I in no way support a raise in taxes, nor do I approve of attempting to cast blame and shadow doubt on departments that are not at fault for this increase, I do have to wonder if, unfortunately, this is going to be argued as necessary. And even more unfortunate is acknowledging that due to decisions that have already been made, this may actually be necessary. Sustainability was spoken on by Mr. Kittrell, and I fear that due to past decisions, we are now facing a tax increase in order to sustain those decisions. With that being said, keep in mind as you make decisions with this budget and other decisions going forward that sustainability is important. Making decisions now that we will be paying for later is something you need to be mindful of. I also feel like I need to ask if this is in fact required due to the need to sustain past decisions. Are we making the most of the money being spent on staffing increases and such? Is the current staff being used to the best of their ability? What kind of leadership training and leadership development is in place in order to ensure that the department heads are properly trained for their roles? Delegation is a key tool of an effective leader. Are they taught how to delegate appropriately, how to lead their staff? Not everyone is meant for leadership, and there is absolutely no shame in that. But to say that the leadership that we have are doing the best they can when they have not been invested in and properly trained is absurd. Some of these leadership positions have been awarded without allowing other, potentially more qualified people to apply. I'm not completely sure that's even ethical, but either way, what is being done to equip those people? As we enter into this new season, a new fiscal year, a new budget, I ask you to please move forward with integrity. Move into this new fiscal year expecting excellence. Move into this new fiscal year with a new standard for your staff, for yourselves. Move into this new fiscal year with these words on your mind: accountability, communication, transparency, sustainability, efficiency, respect. We are capable of such in Gates County. Learn how to disagree gracefully. Learn how to present new ideas respectfully, thoroughly, and completely. I want to close with acknowledgement of Mr. Arnold, our Public Utilities Director. It's exciting to see his proactive actions upon entering his position, and I would also like to recognize that the percentage of water meters being read each month, only 3% in this current cycle, are being included in the department report by Ms. Hendricks. It's greatly appreciated. The citizens have been asking for this kind of transparency, and it is noticed. Lastly, as for the reorganization, yet again, it seems as though it will cost more than it's worth for what is being requested. It's just my personal opinion. Thank you.
John Kittrell, various.
Good evening. I'll be brief tonight. I am going to break away from what I wanted to say and tell you that as a first responder and a fire chief, I appreciated Miss Sherry when she was a dispatcher. She was a very good dispatcher. I want to thank to Kim for the budget cheat sheet presented last week, and also I want to thank Dr. Riddick for asking for it. Her presentation answered many of my questions and concerns, and it was very thorough. Tonight, I'd like to speak to the proposed restructuring. I fully support a grant writer administrator. We've missed out on way too many grants in the past, and we all know that there's lots of money out there in the next few years. This position will pay many dividends with the right person. I can support a GIS position depending on what we currently spend with outside vendors for GIS service. However, I do not support any of the proposed reorganization, any of the other proposed reorganization or additional staff in that proposal for various reasons. I will spare you the details tonight, but I will be happy to discuss it any time. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
That's all the speakers.
That's all the speakers?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank all the speakers who came by tonight to give their public comment to the Board of Commissioners. Okay. We have two special guests. We have a lot of special guests tonight. I think the transportation department came with an entourage. You know, I asked them, I said, well, this it? No, they're all sitting over there. I said, bring them over here so we can see who they are. So we're looking forward to the presentation by the North Carolina Department of Transportation yearly update. You're not Andrea? I know you're not. So come on down. We have a PowerPoint presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Win Bridgers. I'm the division engineer for NCDOT. And yes, we did bring an entourage. We try every time we go to one of these, we bring everybody we can find. So, and with that, we like to bring people because there's always a change of personnel. We need to put faces with names and let you know who we are, what we are, and who to contact when you need something. So, do we have a PowerPoint? All right, next slide. Like I said, my name is Win Bridgers. I have lived in Ahoskie since '91. I've been with DOT 31 and a half years, all here in Division 1 in various capacities. Ronnie Sawyer, Division Maintenance Engineer, 28. Jack Liverman, Assistant Division Maintenance Engineer, 22 years. Randy Midget, who is on vacation in Marathon, Florida. We won't hold that against him, but we will talk about him if you want to. Randy Midget has 28 years, Division Construction Engineer. You all already know Gretchen Byro. As I said yesterday at another meeting, she's got 30 years, but she's really only got a few months because she's packing her bags in December, so she's getting ready to go home. Craig Midget, the planning engineer, has 4 years. David Ox, our district engineer, then, see, y'all made everybody move. They were sitting over here. But David Ox has got what, 23, and Jim Hoadley has got 15. He's a county maintenance engineer. That pretty much represents about 180 years of DOT experience that serves the citizens of Division 1 in Gates County. Now, one change we will talk about, Mr. Hoadley was your CME for a few years. He is going to be moving to Elizabeth City to take care of Pasquotank, Camden, and Currituck. And Lance Winslow, who has moved to the Newland area about a mile from Jim, is going to be your new CME starting the end of June. Next slide. Next slide. This is our the bridge program and projects that are in the STIP, STIP, used to be TIP, Strategic Transportation Improvement Program. No matter what acronym they stick on any given year, it's the project, it's the big projects that if you participated in RPO meetings, that's the big ones that are funded and you fight for and you score, and then you get upset when they don't make the score, and we get upset when they don't make the score, but you know, you live with what you're dealt. Some of the projects that we've got, the first one is a bridge project on Willerton Road, replace bridge number 15 on 1304. Estimated cost of $507,000. Its design is currently underway with a scheduled let of October of 22. Another Harold's Church Road, Gates Bridge number 7 on Coal Creek, $2.1 million with a scheduled let date of October of 2024. R5808, the third one listed, which is US 158 from Acorn Hill to the Pasquotank County line. Modernization of the road by adding a 4-foot paved shoulder, improving the drainage, and making other improvements along the roadway to increase the safety through the Dismal. I've already been told, the question has been asked, when we're going to finish topping off the road through the Dismal. This is what will finish topping that off. So I'll divert from this for a second and go ahead and talk about that. If you had been through the Dismal in the rain, you know why we did it, right? Because it held water in every wheel rut all the way through there. A significant amount of water. And if you drove it and nobody was coming, when I drive it, nobody's coming, I'm either over there on the white line or I'm over there on top of the yellow line to get out of the ruts. What you see out there is not pretty. It rides better than it did, and it increased the safety by eliminating the ruts that you were riding in. So it stopped it from holding water. Now, if this project, which is due to have a $14 million project to increase to better the road through the Dismal, is scheduled for July of 23. If for some reason that project were to slip and get pushed out into the future, we will go back and root around and we'll try to reprioritize and find some money to resurface through the Dismal. But at the present time, the intent is to leave it as it is in a safer condition than it was until this project can come along and fix it. Which this would be TIP money and not the maintenance money and the operating money that we receive every year to do our normal work. So we would rather spend this money than the other money we could do other work with. So,
Question?
Yes.
A couple of years ago, maybe 3, we met in Sunbury,
Okay.
and you had this project on the big bulletin board out there.
Right.
And has anything changed?
Gretchen Craig is pretty much like it's been talked about, right? Yes.
Okay, so what we saw then is pretty...
Yeah, it's pretty much the same thing.
Okay.
I mean, there may have been tweaks with little things to meet permit conditions and accommodate, rules and stuff, but it's essentially trying to get a shoulder on each side, a cross-section of roadway that's safe, and you don't feel like you're all pinched up when you're going through it.
One of the things I remember from that meeting was there was going to be a long slope on the sides, no abrupt
As far as I
angles
know,
going down?
that's still the intent, is to widen the fill sections and lay the slopes down much more gradual than they are now, and end up with a 4-foot paved shoulder, well, a paved 4-foot shoulder, which would then also entail some earth shoulder past that. So really, you'd have your lanes, a 4-foot paved shoulder, some earth shoulder before the slope, went down the hill. So, the intent is to do that because we knew this was a safety issue and it needed to be done, and it actually ranked pretty good. So that's where we are. Yes, ma'am.
We're gonna hold the shoulder at the swamp area and shift alignment.
Okay,
to the
yeah.
side road.
We're not gonna-
Get into the swamp.
We're not going to widen in the water. What it'll end up doing is moving the center line to the side.
Right,
So
gotcha.
essentially, the whole road would sort of shift on itself over. Probably essentially what you'd end up with is the new center line will be somewhere 3/4 of the way across the existing eastbound lane. It's what it'll amount to. But we'll hold the water side and widen to the, I say dry side.
Drier.
It's all relative. It's drier on the south side than it is on the north side. But the next project is NC 32 from Glyden Road to the Virginia state line, which is modernizing NC 32 by adding 4-foot paved shoulders, improved drainage, making just general improvements to the roadway to make it safer, more traversable, minimize accidents. It will be able to carry more traffic safely. If it's wider, the curves are straightened, and these are the modernization improvements that just make a road better than it is now. It's not 4-laning, it's not adding lanes and things like that, but if it's wider with a wide paved shoulder and a wider shoulder and the vegetation's cut back and the ditches are moved back, it just creates a safer feeling roadway when you're not just bunched up with everybody on the road with you. So, but that is a future year's project, and that will have to compete in prioritization as many times as it takes to make it. Next slide, please. This is just some of the roads that are currently under contract. Some may have been imminently completed when this was being developed, and some of them are under contract to be done. US 13 Gates, well, the first one, I went through there yesterday, that's done. The US 13 is done, the striping's on it, and I think the crew I saw there yesterday was putting in their snowplow markers. I'm not sure. They weren't working, but they were there to the work when I went through there. So that's on, Drum Hill's on, next page. 158, that from Tar Heel headed east, where all the joints are, you don't drink coffee and ride on it. You don't drink coffee in an open cup and ride on that. But that's due to be repaired. Gates Bank, Costin Road, next slide. And I said, these are just, Saunderstown, Parker's Fork, and we'll be letting other contracts, coming up. Now, and one thing that we'd like to try to explain, our contracts are let in the spring and in the fall. Those contracts have an 18-month window in which the contractor can work. So you may let a contract, and it may say 21 or 22. It may be let in spring of 22, which we're in now, going into the new fiscal year in July. They can start in July, but they got 18 months to finish it. And there are other contracts that are out there, and they all the dates overlap. So just because it has a date on it, that doesn't mean they're coming in 21. They're coming in 22. That's the date we refer to as when the contract was let. One thing to be aware of. Any of you know, Rose Brothers was in a Hosky. RPC, Robbie Parker was at the beach. Fred Smith bought both of them. So Fred Smith now owns Rose Brothers and Robbie Parker. So essentially, except for a company that's coming out of Petersburg, working up that way, has started working in Northampton a little bit, named Adams, except for them, there are 2 paving contractors in Division 1. That's Fred Smith and Barnhill. People want to know why it takes so long to get something done. At this point, Randy Midget, 28 years in Florida right now, so we talk about him. He's done some calculations. The asphalt plants in this division cannot run enough to meet the contract, required to meet the contracts what's on the street right now. That's why it seems to take so long. I mean, a plant won't run but so much. Somebody wants to say, why doesn't somebody move in a new asphalt plant? I asked the vice president of Barnhill Construction several years ago. He said, if you can't guarantee me 5 to 8 years of guaranteed revenue stream, I can't afford to buy an asphalt plant, buy a site, spend a year to 2 years trying to get it permitted, hire a paving crew, set it up, get the extra equipment to run a whole new crew, a whole new fleet of trucks, and everything that goes with it. I can't afford to do it if I don't have 5 to 8 years of guaranteed revenue stream. So when somebody asks, why doesn't somebody just move into an asphalt plant? It's just not that easy. It's a lot behind the scenes that some people don't realize what it takes to get an asphalt plant. 2 to 3 years of permitting, and that's in a good place. If you're dying this way, the wetter it gets, the harder it gets. So that's one reason why we seem to be behind. Our contractors are behind, and they'll tell you they're behind. But they're doing all they can do to get it out and get it on the street. With that, that's the end of our presentation. We will be glad to entertain any questions you've got, or anybody else that's here, we'd be glad to entertain their questions. And as I've said before, we'll answer it. If we don't know the answer, we'll go find it and let you know. And honestly, if it's one of those things I can't tell you, I'll tell you I can't tell you. So if there's any questions the board has or anybody else, we'd be glad to entertain them. Yes, ma'am.
We get calls about drainage, and that's a call that we talk about at Avmal Commission. And this is one on the highway, so that is a highway maintained ditch on 32. It's been some complaints.
What specifically, any particular location?
In the Cooper area.
Okay. Ronnie and Jack will write that down.
Okay.
And, if there's any particular individuals we need to contact or something,
I can give you your
you'd be
name.
glad to share it with them, and they can go investigate specifically as to what's going on.
Okay, I can get you the name.
That's fine.
I don't know, I can't remember the first name. So,
Any other questions?
yeah.
Yes, sir.
That 158 thing, I was glad to see that. Matter of fact, I woke up one night and said, why don't you do it? But I would have had it done years ago. But anyway, the point is, why didn't we get all of it done? I mean, there's sections in there in the tracks, what I would call it, and through the swamps, what I'm talking about. There's sections that were not with asphalt.
Well, they tried to fix the worst of the ruts, honestly, with the funding and availability. Jim, do you want to address that? Because Jim was the CEO and you were ready to work.
There's four strikes, and there's 3 that are fully done. The 4th one didn't finish until it was in process of being done, and the lead boy paper.
So equipment breakdown.
Repaired. Once it's done, and we get done catching up with some other things, that took 2 weeks to do. We'll go back and pull that last strip.
I know sometimes you get a problem like this, there's these machines and so forth, somebody else comes along and says, hey, I'm supposed to have that last week, and we pull it off.
We have our own here in Biggs County, and it is under repair, but it's actually been repaired. But while it's being repaired, we did some other things, and we'll finish those item things up, and then we'll get back.
So they'll come back to the equipment breakdown and stop them from.
I'm glad to know that you learned to drive through that like me. And also, I would like to say this, because I have a lot of meetings in Pasquotank County. Every time I leave Pasquotank County, they say, well, I hope you get home through the swamp all right.
Well, we hope everybody gets everywhere that way. Any other questions?
Thank you for bringing your entourage. I hope you enjoyed your ride over here. I hope you didn't come through the swamp.
Well, I came from Eden. I'm going home to Hosky. So.
Thanks for having Jim Hoadley over here.
All right,
We
thank
we
you.
appreciate it, and I said, we thank what everybody's done. And I think Lance is gonna be good. Lance has been with DOT a long time too, so he's grinded, you know, he'll be a good addition too, so we look forward to it. And with that, I will go to the
Okay.
I've never known them to bring that many people.
Okay, we're going to call up Mr. Irvin, please, the Avmal Commission Executive Director.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Hold on.
Hang on a second. Still doing a need to tell them to be quiet.
Okay.
I've come tonight with some good news. Last time I came, we talked about the emergency repair program that the state had, and we applied for a grant in your name for the Albemarle Commission to administer that, and your attorney was so gracious in volunteering to give his time to see all the paperwork got done on it. And then the grant didn't get approved. Gates County was one of 15 that was not approved throughout the state. And unfortunately, in our region, the state always treats us bad, as y'all well know. Gates, Turrell, and Washington did not get funded. Hyde County did get funded. And then the Albemarle Commission did get funded. So we did get our money that we can spread out among the counties, which we are going to allocate some to Gates County for this repair system. But more importantly, yesterday, because of the complaints that we lodged against this, the state gave the Albemarle Commission $1.3 million to do this throughout the counties. Now, it's got some other things that we've got to do. So we will be dedicating $100,000 plus for URP for Gates County. So you will still get the money. The great news is it even has less strings attached. We don't have to have a deed of trust. It's a promissory note. It is a max of $12,000. And keep in mind, this is emergency repairs. We're not talking about standard things. We're talking about somebody that the roof has fallen in. We're talking about a hole in their kitchen floor that they may fall through. We're talking about not having working water or utilities. It's truly an emergency that we've got to get in there. So we have can start doing this July 1. So we're here. It's taken the state a while to get the final regulations about this program. It's been going on for almost 2 months to finally say, okay, here's what you can do and get us the paperwork. So we will be submitting that general information probably this week, and I guess to Manager Wilson or Dr. Riddick, we'll send that out because we will depend on your help to help isolate who needs the work the most. There is a criteria sheet, but it is also based upon almost first come, first serve. If you qualify and you get your application in, we might hold for the first week, but since it's based on emergency, we're not going to hold it so long to wait for people to keep submitting applications. We're going to go ahead and move on it. So we hope, this is one of those programs, we hope we run out of money quick. We hope that we can help people very quickly on this. I will send the criteria, but it is pretty much basic. 62 years of age, veteran, disabled, single parent with, you can even have one child as a single parent, but the more children you have, the less criteria that's required. So there are some requirements on it. And this is non-interest bearing loan, so there's no interest on this. The only other requirement is that a max is $12,000, a minimum is $500. $3,000 will be forgiven each year, so that at the end of 4 years, it's really a gift The only catch to it is if you move out of the house or you try and sell the house before the 4 years is over, whatever the balance is on that loan, we'll certainly try and put a lien on the house so that the money comes back. And the good news even on that is that the money will then be turned back over into other loans. It's not kept for the commission, it goes back to loans.
I just want to thank you. We've been working together on this ever since you helped us with the grant and you informed us of the outcome. And you said that to stay tuned. So I stayed tuned.
Yeah,
we stayed tuned. And you did good. I know we've been working with Sharon on the process. We have a housing committee that's very well versed in vetting those applications that's already in place. And I think Ms. Holly has been continuing to work with Sharon. And we look forward to getting this done. We have a tremendous need in this county with urgent repairs, people in substandard housing, like you said, emergency. Not to rebuild a house, but emergency. So
And like
we're very
porches could be
appreciative.
done, excuse me.
Yeah.
Porches and ramps could be.
Yeah, porches and ramps. Ramps, definitely. Porches if they're in bad shape. Again, the entire premises to try and age in place. You know, we want to try and keep people in their homes, and keep in mind, generally, the minimum is 62 years of age or older. Now, again, there's some qualifications for, as I say, handicap or single parents, things of that nature. But that definitely qualifies, so that's not a problem at all. And I hope that y'all see that the Avmal Commission has really tried in the last couple of years to step up to the plate. I will tell you this, when I took over, we were operating on a $5.4 million budget. This year, we will be operating on $12 million. So we've over doubled what we're doing, but those monies are not coming to us. It's monies that filter through us to get to the counties, to do the things that the counties need, and that's what it should be all about, and that's what we're definitely doing. We're definitely giving more to the counties than they have ever seen.
Mike, is there a criteria also on the person who's going to do the work? Is there any?
Oh, yeah, and we've already vetted them.
Okay.
So, and in fact, I will go ahead and tell you, I've talked to Dr. Reddick about it. We are currently, and the Central Single Family Loan Pool goes through the same agency that this goes through, the North Carolina Housing. We are trying to take over so that the Barnett Group will not be servicing our region anymore. We're trying to put ourselves in that place. So Avmal Commission will be overseeing that. And North Carolina Housing has already approved us to do that.
Good.
But we've got to get enough crews, and we've really got some good crews that have agreed to work for us. So we want to sort of step into it slowly. That's why July 1st will be our first day of trying to get this done. We've got 3 crews out of Edenton that are willing to come to Gates County in the immediate area. We've got 1 crew out of down by Lake Mattamuskeet that's willing to do that area over there. Dare County has told us they don't need it, which is great. That just means more money for the counties that do need it. So there's a lot going on. One other thing I wanted to mention, I think Commissioner Hoffler might remember from last month. We also received a grant from the Emerging Institute of NC State. And that was specifically for broadband in our region. And that was a great little gift that may not make a lot of difference to a lot of people, but what we do, we are allowed to have 1 worker that goes around to each county and find out exactly what your needs are. And once they identify those needs, they're going to send you a $7,000 check. So, you know, it's a great little grant that we've stepped into that, again, benefits each county. And I've had county members ask me in the past 2 years, or early on 2 years ago, well, what do we really get for our money? Well, for most of you, that $7,000 is going to pay you back everything that you've invested. So those are the type things we're doing right now.
I would just like to thank you for continuing to work with us. These are kind of the things that citizens know that even though you don't see us working as a board, we're working with people such as Michael Irvin. I've been in his office, two or three times with Sharon, and looking at grants, looking at operations, looking at the Barnett deal, what's going on with that, working with the county attorney and the county manager. So yes, we are working, and we're going to continue to work with people who have shown that they really want to pour money into appropriate projects for Gates County. When I talk about rural America, I think about Gates County, and I do. When I come to your office, I don't want to hear about Terrell. I want to know what you're going to do for Gates County.
Yep.
And you have shown that over the last 2-3 years, that you, like you said, you have stepped it up. And you were in Raleigh yesterday, and I was in Raleigh yesterday. And we said some things about Michael Irvin while we were there. So
I was in Raleigh at 8 o'clock this morning to sign that $1.3 million because it had to be in by the 30th of this month. And the sponsor will be leaving Friday, and I've got a meeting tomorrow that I could go to Raleigh. So I left 5 o'clock this morning to get that signed. So I've been in Raleigh and back already today. So.
Well, on behalf of the citizens in Gates County, this board thanks you. We look forward to continue collaboration with Avmal Commission. You will hear from me in the next 30 days about another issue that we have been talking about, and you will hear from the Housing Committee with Sharon leading the way, and the county manager will receive whatever comes to this county. It goes to the county manager, and I'll just sign off what I have to sign off on behalf of the board. But we thank you. And that's the reason I asked you to come, because nobody can explain it better than Michael Irvin. So.
Well, I thank you, and I've got a lot more to tell. I mean, today, all afternoon, I was on a seminar about affordable housing in all of the counties. And there's really some good stuff coming down the pike for that. How do we get affordable housing in regions where the average pay couldn't normally even pay what the average rent is? So there's some aspects that we're looking at. Also, real quickly on that URP, this new section also allows us to do 20% can be mobile homes that are on rented lots. So that's an addition. Before you could not do that. You had to own your own property. So there's been some additions to this that's really going to be sweet. But then also we're working with some monies for wastewater and potable water as well. And our regions need the help immensely on that, as you well know.
I did have a conversation with Sharon about that last week, because I knew I was going to General Assembly. She mentioned water, wastewater, we'll be ready. I said, we have to be ready because the money's not going to always be there.
No.
It's not, and that's I want to make clear. It's not always going to be there. So the longer we kick the can down the road and get distracted, that money's going to dry up. And that's what I heard yesterday walking the halls of the General Assembly.
Yep.
This money is going to go away. So we have to move as a county to make sure we get in on it as soon as we can.
You've got to ask for it now, because it's within 3 years, it's gone.
It's gone.
So now's the time to ask for money.
Any other questions or comments for Mr. Irving? Darren, good news.
Thank you.
Always love to see
Certainly,
you
thank
work
y'all
on it.
very much.
Okay. The sun is coming again. Old business, water billing update, Diane Hendricks, Customer Service Department.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I hope you got all the material that I forwarded. This is just picking up from the last meeting. The software company with MCSJ and I spent quite a few hours over a few days putting this together. They still have some concerns about when there was the transition, the rollover from the old software to the new software, and they understand there are some glitches in there. And as we had discussed before, accounts need to be looked at one by one. The question, how many delinquent water bills had reached the 4-year statute of limitations, ceasing any further collection possibility, and what was their total value? Software shows accounts dating to 2008, and that's as far back as our software will show the balance. There are 1,356 delinquent water accounts with totaling $105,238.42. The minimum of those was $1.30. The largest amount is $1,182 from an account that was closed in 2015. There was a leak and the tenant left. How many delinquent bills are presently on record that have not reached the statute of limitation, and what is the total dollar value of these bills? From 2018 to 2022, current, there were 1,653 delinquent water accounts totaling $34,054.04. The minimum being $2.10, the largest $363. I have added an attachment for each one of these. I thought I would save a tree and not send you the full packet because some of them were, one was like 53 pages long, the other two were like 25 pages long. But if you care for those, I'll be happy to email them to you. What collections actions, both past and present, has the customer service department taken to try and collect unpaid bills? As stated at the last commissioners meeting, customer service has had mass mailings for all accounts active and inactive. And as I stated before, trays of mail was returned from the post office. Currently, if accounts are not paid and receive the second service fee within 6 months, the water services are locked-out. Bills are to be paid in full before services are restored. And the utility department has not locked out any meters for non-payment since October 2021 due to Thanksgiving holiday, Christmas holiday, and then shortage of staff. You can't lock out 65 meters if you have one employee. Next, under Section B, how many inactive accounts are still on record? Currently, there are 266 inactive water accounts with a credit balance. And the total value of inactive water accounts with a credit balance is $5,383.40. The amounts range from 2 cents to $301, and that was on your attachment 3. What actions has the customer service department taken to attempt to refund these monies and close the accounts? I have not taken any action to refund and close the accounts. I submitted my concerns to the School of Government. Due to illness, I have not had a response back from the attorney/professor. The board, auditors, someone needs to make a decision other than me. What's the minimum amount to be returned? Further down, the board has given directives in this matter. The county attorney and I have emailed the applicable statute of limitations. We stated last meeting and this meeting also. Legal means and options to collect delinquent monies and penalties owed the county. And legal means and options to refund monies from inactive accounts and properly close them. And that was listed under attachment 4. That was the email from our attorney. If there are refunds due, it is best to earmark these accounts and make sure they are sent by registered mail. And this is an excerpt from Karen Malanzi that he quoted from an attorney's conference. Make sure that these are sent by registered mail, return receipt requested, requiring a signature to be sure the funds were signed for, received, and close the account. As of today, the postage fee for a certified return receipt regular envelope is $7.33. Do you want to spend that to return 52 cents? That's the board's option. Recommendations by auditors, other counties. I'm open for anything. There was one thing on our attorney's email quoting the statute of limitations. However, if our ordinance addresses this issue and states a different time or frame from being the 4 years for the statute of limitations, I reviewed on the county's website. I didn't find an ordinance. I emailed the attorney since he had more of a history with the county than I did, and he did not recall a water collection ordinance that would direct me on how to fulfill this task.
That your report, you finished your report?
I am now.
Okay. Tell me the difference between a reconnection fee and a service fee. Because we're getting a lot of calls from residents about disconnection fees, service fees, why am I charged this, why am I charged that? So we need to understand, from your perspective as a supervisor of customer service, the difference between a reconnection fee and a service fee.
And a service fee. There's also, I had discussed this with Kim in the past. She brought over a, it was almost like a booklet on definitions of what we termed and how it rolled over from auditors' terms. And we term a service fee is when a customer has not paid by the 26th of a month, they are assessed the $60 service fee. A reconnection fee is when a tenant moves out, property is sold, water's turned off, and when you come back in to open that account, that is called a reconnection fee.
We have citizens call and said they never had a disconnection of their water, but they're charging a reconnection fee. I'm just saying. I need, let me finish. I heard you, I read your report, and the questions that we asked about the number of accounts and what it's called, I mean, what we failed to collect, what we could collect that haven't met the 4-year statute of limitations. I don't see this, and I want to ask another question. You have a note on each one of your attachments that says, note, prior year period principal and penalty are not included on this report. What is that?
That is just how the software company, the person that I was working with, ran it through prior year reports.
What were the parameters of the years that were put into the software?
Pardon?
What were the parameters of the years put into the software? Because legacy software, it does age out, and you switch it over to whatever the newest standard of technology or software. But what were the parameters when we were losing all of this money? And I mean all of this money because we were not collecting. I still have not heard a recommendation. You asked us for a recommendation. No, we want to hear from you. What is the recommendation for collecting what we can collect? What is, the second question is, because I read your report, what are the procedures for a first-time customer? And those are the kinds of questions we keep getting from the water customers. They don't understand. And I believe I asked for the county manager, the attorney, and the finance officer to sit down with them and work through this. So did you sit down with the county manager, the county attorney, finance director, and work through this?
We have not sat down. The county manager sent the email to me to prepare this for the meeting to gather the information. The finance officer and I have emailed. She has been busy also. The attorney and I have emailed back and forth.
You have not sat down with a group?
I have not sat down and had a joint meeting with any of them. No, I have not.
So you have no report to this board about the procedures or your recommendation of how we're going to collect this money?
As the attorney had stated in his, the legal process is depending on the amount owed, would be civil action that would go before a magistrate, or the county could employ a collection agency.
So what's your recommendation that from your supervisory level? What is the recommendation? I saw the 18-page document that the attorney Googled. He Googled it, am I correct?
Yes.
And he did a one-page summary of what was in that 18 pages. So in your report, we also have the 18 pages and his summary. What we don't see are the recommendations from your level.
My recommendations would be personal, and I think that is over my head.
No, it would not be personal. It would be coming from the supervisor of a department. And then we could make the determination whether or not we go back and say, well, this is reasonable, or ask the attorney. Is that the way you...
Yes.
That's the way you make the recommendation. We're not going to make the recommendation of how to fix or correct the department. We're just not going to do that. And you have all the information, you have this 18 pages, you have a summary from the attorney, and we yet to hear what defines or what recommendations you can make to us so we have something to start with. We're not saying that when you've submitted, that's it. We'll look at it as a board, commissioners, we look at it as a board, the recommendation, and decide, no, we can't do this, we can't do that. We look at the Gates County code and decide what we're going to put forth for a vote. But before we do that, we will send it back and say, whatever. Citizens are continually calling each one of us, sending comments in, and I would dare say cussing us out, because they don't understand all the fees or what's in their bill when we say one thing and we do another. And then on the back of the bill, it has not changed. So it's too much confusion. We're just trying to clear this up. So we sit here with a report, and I think all of you have one, the same email that was sent on June 2nd with the answers in red below the question or the concern. And then the attachments, you have, I think, 3 of them that has notes on them. Prior year principal and penalty are not included, which I just asked. And just like you said, one of them is $5,383.40. One of them is $34,054.04. And one is $105,238.42. So from this point on, what we're trying to get, not just me, what we're trying to get and get a handle on is to stop the bleeding. Because we know we got 4 years, right? We got the 4 years. So every day or every week or every month, some of them are going to fall off. We cannot collect. Am I right? That's right. We can't collect it. So it's urgent that we have some type of plan together so that we can collect what we can collect. I understand you asked about, you have mail, you told us the amount of the stamps, and you asked us, do you want to spend this kind of money to go after 32 cents? That's a thing that should come from this department. You can have a cutoff. Anything under such and such, we wouldn't do whatever. But that's not what we are sitting here asking to give us work to do. We want to know, based on your report, how many accounts are out there that we can collect, and what's the collection process that you recommend. The attorney answered the questions with his 18-page Google document with a summary of 1 page, but we still don't know what to do. I'm just trying to figure out what to do, because the citizens want to know and be clarified on their billing. The board wants to know, how do we stop losing money if we don't collect what's out there that hasn't reached the 4-year statute of limitation?
The only thing we have to do right now is to continue billing. If it comes back delinquent, they have moved, how do we go further? To collect a delinquent account.
What's the billing cycle? The billing cycle is what date to what date?
Right now, it's the every other month billing cycle. It's when we get those meters estimated. As of today, when I walked out, 2,100 meters, 2,135 meters in this cycle that's getting ready to go out, 104 have been read. The rest, my department, the 2 of us will have to estimate.
And what's the estimating process? Because some of the citizens are saying, how do you get to that estimate? They think it's too, I don't know.
We're pulling up the accounts, giving them a 6-month average.
A 6-month average.
That's what we're doing. If the meter's broke, we know it's not going to change. We have those highlighted on our reports.
So in that situation, are you just charging the minimum?
Minimum amount, because there's no record of water usage if the meter's broke.
And how many meters do you estimate are broken?
Hundreds.
And of course, this does not happen in 2 weeks or 3 weeks.
No, it has not.
It's been a long-term problem.
Yes, it has.
It's not something that was happened with the new guy, with Brad came on. He inherited this.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Do we charge a security deposit for new,
A security deposit has not been charged since I've been here.
have you recommended a security charge?
The county manager asked me that, if I recommended a security deposit. I think it would be a good idea to protect us the end when the tenants leave, and as they don't pay that last bill, that would protect us.
Ms. Hendricks, that's what I've been asking. What are your recommendations? Now, you just told me you think that's a good idea.
I had responded to the county manager before. Yes.
No. We asked for a report from you.
Okay.
All we have to do is give us, just like you said, what are your recommendations for customer service? That's all we're asking. You have to have something to start with. In other words, when you recommend whatever, like application fee, security deposit, cutoff, disconnects, collecting outstanding bills, those are recommendations we're trying to get at so that we can share that, and then we can start afresh with the citizens as far as the billing, their water billing. I just don't see that. I understand what you're saying. I understand you call the LCG. I understand you talk to the auditors or whatever. You keep saying with Ms. Outland. Ms. Outland does not supervise that department. She does not receive the money. When she gets it, it's going to in her report. So it's like a standalone that's happening here. We asked in writing, but the attorney was not here. I said, when Mr. Goblin comes back, you need to sit down with them and come up with an action plan or something so we can understand. When we continue to get phone calls, all I'm trying to do is make sure that when we answer or send it to you, it's the same answer based on what they're asking. That's all we're asking.
I got a phone call today and concerning, and they didn't understand the bill. And of course, what is on the back of the bill is not the requirements that we have at night. Can we get that at least?
We can certainly get that corrected because
they said, well, it had to be in by the 16th. And I said, ma'am, you're not charged a late fee at the 16th anymore. We've given you to the 26th.
and that is highlighted on the back, and I have left it there so they could understand it's not on the, we don't charge that fee on the 16th
Still,
anymore.
all verbiage is in there.
Okay.
And so we just need to put it straight and simple. You get the bill, if it's paid by the 26th, there's no fees no cutoff, and there's no late fees charged, correct? If it's in by the 26th.
That is correct.
Just make it simple. And so that they will know. Because they complain that they get the bills late. And, the United States mail is not what it used to be.
It is our worst enemy right now.
And that's problematic. But if it gets there by the 5th or the 6th, it's still several weeks before you have to have it in. So there is some time. If you get it, even if you got it on the 16th, you still have another 10 days to get it in if it's that late. Until sure it will not be that late with the mail delivery. I don't know. But you get sometimes something way late. And I have I had a bill that did not show up at all. But anyway.
I will clean up the back of the bill.
Okay. The service fee and the disconnect fee, I still don't know. They keep asking about that. What would be a simple definition of that, like the service fee?
The service fee is when you don't pay by the 26th and you get charged a $60 service fee.
And $60. Okay, the disconnect fee.
But the problem with that, I can't find that in any policy or ordinance of the county that defines service fees. I mean, that's been my issue when people have called me, because I've received the phone calls too, that they want to know what service were they paying the fee for.
And that's why, on my side, we don't call it a disconnect fee, because according to the definition on disconnect fee, it can only be charged when the utilities employee leaves the office to actually go turn off water for non-payment. That's when you can charge a disconnect fee. So we kind of, like other counties, have gotten around it, because we couldn't charge the fee. But this way, we charge the service fee, and it encompasses that.
But I look at that there has been no service performed. So actually, the $60 is tantamount to a penalty. If you cannot charge, because that's what I found out from the customers, I was disagreeing with them, saying, no, you're paying for a reconnection, and they said the service was never disconnected. And, you know, a disconnect is a disconnect. And if the statutes say you cannot charge unless it's physically disconnected to
Exactly.
reconnect, I don't think that.
And then that would
it can
be charged the
it can
reconnect
be-
fee.
It can be circumvented and renamed in the terms of the service, because that's why I requested in the email that no further service fees be imposed until that term can be defined, because it's coming across as a penalty, because there is no service that can be identified that's been rendered that costs $60.
So late, the word or phrase, late charge would be maybe more appropriate?
I mean, I don't know if council would agree with me, but, I mean,
I think part of the problem is that this has been going on a long time, and that I heard Diane say that we had on, what, 100 and how many meters red?
104.
Out of 2,000 and something?
We have, as of today, at 5 o'clock, 104 red.
So is that?
We will still
my
be
question,
estimating
is that-
over 2,000.
Is that a manpower issue?
yes,
Is that
yes.
That is a manpower issue that's in the, what is it, utility? Is that what it's called?
Utility department.
Utilities department. That's separate from customer service. And that's what I'm trying to get at, because people are confusing the water, the utilities department, which is water, wastewater, with the customer service procedures and processes. Now, if I'm asking too many questions, because that's what we're being asked. So if the citizens are getting anxious because I'm asking too many questions, I don't apologize for that, because when we go home, we're going to have more emails, more phone calls tomorrow with the same questions. All I'm trying to do is get at what is it we're supposed to be doing. We've been doing this for 2 years. 2 years. And it's the same questions. And so we are trying to make sure we're on the right path of action, because we recommend, you recommend, we approve action. That's what we're trying to get to. What are the actions this board needs to do to help you, help the customer service department? Because they're the same question. And the citizens, and I'm not making this up, the citizens are calling, the voicemails are full. Now they started writing. Oh, that's fine, send me the email. I got to answer when I get back home. It came in just before I left. I don't mind calling citizens. So when citizens say we're not responsive, maybe the response is not what they want, but it's the response we have to give them. And I don't speak for customer service. I just know what I've been told. Okay? All I know is what I've been told, and I'm trying to make sure that this board understands what needs to happen. We can't keep kicking this can down the road. We need to know. And I don't see those answers to those questions that we asked last, 2-3 weeks ago. And they're the same questions that the citizens keep asking. Now, maybe some citizens don't have a problem. They understand. But there's a significant number of citizens that do not understand. And some of them will never understand. But we need to be able to articulate what we're trying to get at here, so they don't keep doing the same thing all the time. And if that's funny to people, don't understand it, oh well. But I just don't understand why we just can't get a simple plan of action from your recommendation. You're the expert. You run that department. And that's what we asked you to do.
Also, as the attorney has said, a manpower issue, you have a decision to make. If we don't estimate these bills, if we have to go on 104 have been read, who's going to give a bill out? The two of us in the department, it's all we can do to get these bills out when we do get them out.
We went to every other month.
Yes, we did.
And I asked the question of, what's his name?
Mr. Hatchback?
Mr. Hatchback was asked the question. I also asked the questions of the other building. They said it's half the time needed to build. It's half the time needed to read them, because we went every other month. As far as my bill is $24. So I'm just repeating what people or the staff have said. Now, they'll say one thing one day, and depending on what day and who they're talking to, they'll say something else. But that's when you look at facts and not what you want. I don't look at what I want. I just want to know what it is we need to be doing. So now I know about the water meters being broken. I know about the water not being read and have to be estimated. We're working on that. We need to know, that's the utilities department. We need to know when all of that's cleared up, let's say all that's cleared up today. What are the recommendations, the actions we can take to support you in that water department? That's what we're trying to get at. As we work through all the things that Mr. Arnold has to do, that he inherited, as he worked through that and hire people and get people reading meters, doing whatever he needs to do, what is it we can have in place ready to go when we don't have these conversations about an inordinate or a significant number of meters that are broken or not read and estimated? What is it we're supposed to be doing? So that the citizens can see, the ones that are watching, the ones that are here, we are asking the question, we expect the answers, and we've been asking the questions for 2 years. And that's all I'm saying.
In regard to the 4-year situation, the collectibles, things dropping off, I would think that maybe one of the best things to focus on would be to set your parameters for the things that are right at 4 years, and then because you don't have the help you need either. So if you looked at the accounts that were the oldest, most recent to drop off, the billable stuff, and then put your parameter in there with the size of the account, just like the postage. If it's 733, we're not really interested in going after that. So if we looked at the ones that were, what the numbers might be. Look at one that's $25 and maybe deal with those and higher up. Would be just 2 things that I would add to assist you in decision making.
That would be great.
So what you just heard is what we've been asking you to do. So Commissioner Owens has shared with you what we're looking for, and we made that quite clear. That the parameters have to be set by you. You make the recommendations, and we look at it, and if it is applicable, we take action and approve it. He just shared with you what we've been asking from you.
And I'll be happy to do that.
I've got a question about the billing. I hadn't been on the board that long. Where did the $60 fees, how did we decide to get to a $60 fee or how did
We
that
said
go
it.
away?
That was a recommendation.
It's a
That's a
recommendation.
recommendation.
We get recommendations, and we discuss it,
Yeah, that's
and then we approve it. That's where all the fees, when you look in your budget ordinances, you see approved fee, you see fees. All those fees have to come to us. Am I correct? For consideration, whether you raise them, keep them the same, or whatever. That's what we're asking for. So you asked a very good question. Somebody, doesn't matter who right now, because that was years ago.
No, this just changed. This just changed in January.
Well, if it changed in January,
so the board approved.
we approve all the fees.
This is the result that there was a board committee that looked into various water issues and complaints.
That was
Mr. Owens
and Ms.
the vice chair. They came back with certain findings. I took those findings and tried to find a way to address the concerns, and part of it was the lateness of the bills. And yes, part of that, sometimes a very large part of it, could be the U.S. mail. The penalty was very slight. It's 10%. Many of the bills, $12. It's a $1.20 penalty. But you do have to have that cutoff date. So I would take a little bit of exception with the vice chair's statement. I wouldn't want people to think that they have until the 26th. Their payment date is still the 16th.
Oh, yeah.
And I think, call it what we wish, but you do have to set that date because you have to wait those 10 days before you can go to a cutoff, but you're not forced to impose a penalty. And so since some of them were coming in late during that, what the board did was remove the penalty. So if they did get caught up, it basically gave people an extra 10 days that they could get their bill paid water, penalty free. And those were the concerns, and part of it was, trying to get the work done. And since the bills were so small, the majority of them, and it's a lot of expense to go around a 340 square mile county, that's why we also changed the billing cycle to once every 2 months, because that helped lessen the workload on two departments. And from what I've heard, most of the citizens, they've responded, well to that change. But the service fee issue had not risen. I wish it had last fall, so we could have, addressed that when we addressed the ordinance before. But what changed last fall was me just trying to take the findings of that committee to see how can we try to respond positively some way to those concerns.
It was a fairness issue too, because, that window of opportunity to get it in between the 16th. But also required by the state to give them 10 days.
We have to have 10 days before we can disconnect.
Yeah.
So Commissioner Craddock, and as McCraw was county manager said, I believe you said the recommendations for $60 or whatever, you were talking about the amount. Is that what you were addressing?
Well, I heard him speaking earlier, I didn't catch all of it. What were you saying you couldn't find the $60?
When I started receiving phone calls about people complaining about a $60 fee on their bill, and some of them readily admitted, yes, it was after, the 26th, and my response to them, what you're looking at is a reconnection fee because you went past the 26th, and they were advising me that their water service had not been discontinued, had not been disconnected, and that it was a service fee. And they wanted to know, what was this $60 service fee? And I looked through the water policy, I had looked through the county code, and I could not find any definition or description, that outlined or enumerated what activities constituted, the charging of a service fee at all. So that's why I put a halt to it. I had a real issue that if we're charging the public a fee, be it for an application, paying a tax, they should be able to get a straightforward answer as to what they are paying for. And simply because of our manpower loss, we were not able to disconnect that service. Nonetheless, that service stayed connected, and therefore there should not have been a reconnection fee imposed, in my opinion, under the guise of another name as a service fee, because no service had been performed. No one had gone out to disconnect. No one had gone back to reconnect. And that's why I put a halt to that until...
And it's not in the ordinance, is what you're saying?
Yes, it was not. I could not find it in the policies that we have, and that was my issue, and that's why I should email you until we can get this issue resolved. We need to stop issuing service fees because it's an undefined term. And yes, if the government is asking you for a payment of a fee, they're entitled to a clear explanation as to what they're paying for.
But the board set the fee at $60.
Yes.
We just haven't been able to perform the duty.
We just can't perform the duty, but we set the, okay. I just wanted to clear that up. I was slightly confused. Okay.
Yeah, and the service fee, there wasn't really a lot of attention. Both of those were $40. It was recommended that because of over the period of time, the cost, when you truly had a disconnection and the services, that it was just mentioned that those costs had gone up. And so while amending the ordinance to provide for the different rate schedule and the elimination of the penalty, we also took the opportunity to raise those from $40 to $60. There was a public hearing on that. But there, at that point, no one had mentioned, or no one that I've realized had received complaints about what is this service fee. If it had, we would have, hopefully have try to address it at that situation, but since we didn't, we find ourselves at this juncture to address that. But it's, when they're talking to me, I cannot identify a service that's being performed, so.
So we set a fee on a service that we can't perform.
Yeah, well.
At the time we could, yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Why
if we had been
couldn't we
able to
do it?
disconnect,
But it's not in the ordinance, so we couldn't do it, right?
well, it's a little to me, you get a report, you think somebody has a zoning violation or a junk car, well, they move the junk car before the code enforcement officer gets out there and there's no violation. You can't say, well, I know it was there on the 26th, so I'm going to issue you a penalty anyway.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's how people are taking it, is that because something wasn't done on the 26th, a disconnect, the county, for whatever reason, it's still imposing that same $60 value.
I understand that part. I'm talking about in the ordinance, there's no definition of a fee.
Service fee.
Service fee.
Yeah.
Or disconnection fee, or just a service fee.
Well, I didn't look for
That's
a
what I'm
disconnection
confused
because
about.
I think
That's what I'm
by its name, it's basically self-explanatory. It's it's a fee for, the cost of the disconnection of the service, of the water. So I thought that term was self-defining, but the service could be very encompassing. And probably there may be services that genuinely do need a fee, but, some may take more time, effort, so forth than others. So there might be a schedule where you'd have 2 or 3 different fees, but I couldn't find anything identifying a fee. And that was the difficulty I have in trying to address the public with this.
Thank you for clearing that up.
Which kind of sounded like when Commissioner Riddick was talking with us about that particular fee, the $60, it sounds like that's what Commissioner Hoff and Commissioner Riddick are getting much of complaints about, right?
That's what I'm getting, because they don't understand what they're paying for when there was no service.
Roger
And
that.
the reconnection fee, that they never had their water turned off. So you're charging the disconnection fee. When I asked, was your water turned off? No, I've got a service fee. Well, I don't understand, if the water wasn't turned off and turned back on, it wasn't the disconnect fee. But they said it's a service fee. I'm just trying to clear this up.
The concerns I have gotten is that the timing of the bill, that they did, sometimes the May bill, the person did not get to June 2nd from the post office, which that could be because we all have seen strange things happen with the post office. It's the timing, when they got the bill and not have enough time to get it in. Because I said, well, if you got it on the 2nd, you still had plenty of time to get it in on the 16th. She said, no, this was for the previous one.
Let me go back and discuss what had previously been discussed by our utilities director when he was talking about service fee. He said it cost the same when we were disconnecting, instead of calling a reconnection fee, because we could not charge the reconnection fee until the employee actually left the facility to go disconnect. So the service fee was encompassing not paying your bill on the 26th, the staff having to sit down and pull up each one of those accounts to see if they'd gotten that service fee twice within 6 months, because that was the triggering factor if the services were going to actually be disconnected. So there were services that were rendered in there by staff. And so the previous utilities directors, that's why it was called service fee, to encompass everything.
Researching each account.
Right.
Was a service, you're saying.
So when we changed and then we instituted the $60, then that confused our customers.
We're going from 40 to 60. It did.
And you didn't change the back of the bill, that's what they're looking at.
Okay, that would be clarified. I thought by highlighting areas in there that we were not charging the 10% late fee anymore, and that the service fee went from 40 to 60, because we say that many times a day, flip your bill over and look at the back. And also, just because you haven't received the bill doesn't relieve you of the responsibility of paying it.
Certainly, when you get any all bills, they do not relieve you of your obligation to pay the bill.
Right.
That's true.
Madam Chairman, may I make a recommendation?
Yes, sir, you may.
I'm certain that Gates County is not the only county that has this problem. I would recommend that our customer service department here reach out to our adjoining counties and see what position they're in. I'm sure they'd be willing to discuss it with you, whether or not we have they've got $105,000 they've lost, or they've got $35,000 they need to collect. What are their procedures? What are they doing? Because it's obvious that we're not making any progress as we are now.
So you did not sit down with Ms. Hendricks? You just sent the email to, she asked you 3 questions, I think. She said she asked you 3 questions.
Right.
And you answered the 3 questions.
I did.
Okay, so you did not sit down with the county manager, the finance committee, not finance committee, finance director, and Ms. Hendricks to get to some kind of action plan. So you're saying right now, this is what should happen.
Well, I'm saying.
Recommending.
Well, I'm just recommending that I'm sure we're not the only county in this position.
We're not.
And we need to coordinate and find out from our neighbors that maybe are in the same position, what are you guys next door doing to correct? And Ms. Hendricks's department should be able to come back and give us some concrete answers to the questions that we've asked.
And I will say, when we...
And procedures. Because I don't know, if I'm a new customer and I come in and turn the water on, what is the procedure? What do I give you as information? Do I give you my driver's license? Do I give you my name and address? And then I move, and somebody else comes in? You know, I don't know the procedures. And I think that's a big part of what's happened. It's just kind of slipped under the rug.
And we get calls on that all the time, and it's verbally done, but we don't have it posted.
Didn't we require a deposit to open up our account?
Do we? No, Gates County never has this since I've been here.
And I would think maybe that would be something you might want to ask. I know when Commissioner Owens and I were working on water, we called surrounding counties. And they're very glad to share information because all of us in the same boat. But I would like for you to ask, do they require a deposit? Because that way, if someone is delinquent and they leave, we can hold them deposit.
So you don't have those in place?
Pardon?
You don't have that in place as far as procedures when a new customer wants to log in?
It's not printed.
It's not printed?
It's not printed, and it's not printed, and it's not posted.
So it's not
It's verbal
printed?
when they call in.
It's not printed, it's not posted, it's verbal?
Yes.
So it's not within your standard operation procedures or your handbook? It's not anywhere? I can't find, if I look for it, I couldn't find it. Oh, you don't have it? That's what I'm trying to get at. It's verbal?
It's verbal, right now.
Well, I do think you should ask about a deposit. You have to pay a deposit a lot of times for telephone, service, whatever, different deposit, you know.
I know.
And that way, you will have something, if they walk away and owe $20, you got the deposit, so you broke even.
When you and Jack talked to those other counties, did they say anything about a deposit?
Some did and some didn't.
I think it's in the report. I think y'all did a comprehensive.
I think there might be something there, I'm not sure. But
They did a report, what, 2 years ago?
Yeah, it was 2 years ago. Didn't work.
Yeah, it's not uncommon to actually charge an application fee for new service because there's some incidental costs that come and process, an application, maybe read the meter, something modest to recover those costs, and also a security deposit.
I wasn't saying you charge an arm and a leg, but you get
I do know when you tap into the water system, if you want a 1-inch meter, it's $1,300. I do know that.
That's a deposit, isn't it?
If you had rental property and somebody came in to put the water bill in their name, a renter, it's a deposit, I think, would be justifiable. But that's my thinking.
And I'd be interested in further hearing, meeting with the attorney on collection efforts. I know that in some states you, through a collection agency, even through an attorney, that they specialize in collection of various types of taxes, and sometimes it varies. And not only does that agency or that attorney able to collect what's owed, they collect penalty, they collect interest, and in some states, it's built in the percentage that it even pays for their service. And that becomes their incentive to be aggressive about hunting down people and finding the bills, because they don't get paid unless they get service. So I would be interested to see what the North Carolina statutes say on this particular fee, and if that same type of possibility is there, because then that takes away from staff not having to invest time, and not only are we collecting what's owed, but penalty, interest, and the collection fee or the attorney doing the work is also gets their payment through that delinquent customer.
And I believe in Mr. Godwin's letter, he mentioned a collection agency.
You did.
The county should employ a collection agency, much as like we do with Zacchaeus and the taxes. I mean, they do the work, and, you know, they get paid from what they take in.
The problem you're gonna have, if these
Okay.
folks leave the county, they're gonna be untouchable.
Yeah.
Okay.
Same thing as Zacchaeus and the taxes. They can, and then it might be, you know, their situation is different because you got aired land, and you've got to get service of process, due process. If somebody leaves here and doesn't leave a forwarding address, and they move to Virginia or anywhere, how do you reach out and file a suit against them?
That's where I think the security deposit becomes even more
Yeah,
critical in keeping people from skipping out on that last bill.
Madam Clerk, are you taking notes? Or I know you can look back at the YouTube. I know, but it's a good discussion, because now I'm hearing things like accountability, communication, transparency, sustainability, and integrity of the staff and the lead and the supervisory level. You got all of that? Because we heard that.
Yes, I got that.
We heard that. At the department head level, at the board level, at all levels.
And all of it.
Yes. Efficiency and respect.
Decency and respect, got all of that. So what I heard from this board is that we have discussed this, we have almost given the breadcrumbs of simple action steps. Am I hearing this? You know, Mr. Owens, Mr. Craddock, Mr. Freeman, Ms. Hoffler, County Manager. We have discussed this, and we have discussed this. So we even have the action plan, almost like a draft action plan start from the county attorney, Mr. Owens, well, just about from everybody up here. So it's not just the board chair. We made that clear. This is not just the board chair. We want some resolution. We want some action plans that we can take action on sooner than later. And there's help for this process. That's why I signed it the way I did, making sure that all the parties were at the same table at the same time. So those questions that we asked this afternoon, could have been asked if they had met as a group, got it together, and bounced it off each other. And you could have delayed coming back here until you got all your questions answered and had a little action plan drafted, and we could have taken that. That's what's needed. It's not coming from the board, it's coming from the citizens. So if the citizens are okay, we okay. But having a process not written down, that is not acceptable, because if you're not there or your person's not there, it's not written down. Somebody in your office that's working part-time, or let's say somebody that's filling in, somebody calls, it's not written down. We don't have anything to refer to either. I'm just saying, and that's the truth. People can, now I'm going to close, because once again, we're going to ask for an action plan from the supervisor of customer service. Not from the county manager, not from the attorney, not for the finance team of administration downstairs. From the person that's the head of customer service. Then we can take action. We can discuss it, look at it, say, okay, go back and do this, 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 and this. We're just trying to resolve this. so we can move on from the billing issues in Gates County. Anybody else have anything to say? I said, does anyone else have any other input, any other suggestions? How soon do you think somebody can get this done? You don't want to put a time limit on it, but Commissioner, you just want to let it, evolve? I'm asking the question.
I think we could have a draft by next month, don't you?
Okay.
A draft, and we can look over it, and it could be perfect, and we say, go ahead, or we might want to tweak it.
Yeah, I think we definitely need to approve it.
Yeah. But we have to approve it in policy.
Definitely needs to be in writing, not verbal.
Yes.
Yeah, and since we've talked about this may involve the imposing of fees, costs, anything like that would require a public hearing, if I'm correct, Mr. Attorney, if the board would do that. So you could review it your next meeting, but if it involved the adoption of any type of fees, tax, so forth, that would have to be advertised. At the next meeting, you would authorize public hearing and then have your public hearing the following meeting.
Okay.
Like a plan.
I'm willing to move forward with that graciously. I'm just asking to have assistance in my department, 2 people. That's all I have.
There is assistance in the finance department. It used to be the person that used to be over there. So, and see, when you advertise, let's be quite clear with this. When you advertise a position, it ain't coming in like, today, tomorrow, next week. Sometimes it takes time. We don't have that time. So you need to start, I recommend you start working with the help you have. Because I do know that the person that used to work over there works downstairs.
Yes.
And I do know she's willing to help in any way she can with this situation. I know that. The finance team, the leadership team is not going to sit down there downstairs and not offer assistance. They're not going to do that. Because it's not acceptable if they do that. That's one of the reasons when I put Little Group together, I had the finance director in that group. It's not her job to clean this up, but she can, if it's appropriate, they can help. So,
Is that not also a full-time job too?
that is not here nor there.
Okay.
What is here right now is to get this draft done, and if you need assistance, then ask the county manager. Have you sat down with the county manager and discussed this?
No, I have not.
No, you have not. So that's what I'm trying to get at. You have to sit down with people to help you. The attorney, the county manager, and the finance team downstairs, across the street from you. That's all I'm asking. Get it done. They'll help you. And if they don't, then you come back and you stand up there and say, I try to get some assistance. I can't get assistance. That's all we require. Again, we got to get this done. It's important we do that. The citizens are demanding it. You're calling everybody. Writing letters. Texting. Facebook pages. So I understand. So we need to get, this is a service they pay for by paying their water bill. They need to have some resolution. That's all we're asking. Okay?
Fine.
All right.
Good evening.
Thank you.
Next, we have a response letter to This is a business meeting? No, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the group here. This is a business meeting. We're trying to have a business meeting. And this is not personal. It's a business meeting. Next, we will have a response letter to LGC for June 30th, 2021 audit findings. Kim Outland, Finance Officer.
Good evening. I had received an email from the LGC regarding our fiscal year 21 audit. We did not have any findings in the actual audit book that you have, but the LGC is they're calling them financial performance indicators of concern, that this is new this year. And we had a finding with that because our audit was late. So what we had to do was write, the board, the letter needed to come from the board, responding to why we had this incident to happen and what steps did we put into place, so that this wouldn't happen again. So in your packet, I have a drafted letter, in there stating that the reason the audit did not get submitted on time due to COVID challenges, by the audit firm. They got sick and got behind. And we weren't that late in our audit, but the LGC is really coming down on that now. So in this letter, to prevent this from happening again, because we can't prevent when someone's going to get sick, but I've already had a meeting with the audit team. I have stuff due already in June, next week, and they're going to be here the last week of June and then again in October. So we have pushed up all of our deadlines about a month earlier just to try to, if something happens, just to give us time. But in light of some of the other findings we've had since I've been here, this was just an unavoidable instance. So if the board is good with this letter, I'll need everybody to sign it, the county manager and the finance officer.
Okay. I did hear yesterday in Raleigh that they are tightening up audits, people who are late. There are a number of municipalities that are late, counties that are late, and they're looking at legislation to tighten that up. Some of it is very severe.
Right.
And what they were talking about yesterday and what I read in that bill that they is currently working through the committee. So do I have, or are there any questions for Kim before I ask for approval of the letter? The letter's in your packet.
Yeah. I think we're all well aware of the situation.
Okay. I need a vote of approval, a motion.
So moved. Second motion.
You have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Ayes have it.
We'll sign before we leave tonight?
Yes. Have it in my folder, so don't run off. Opiate settlement, next step. The opiate settlement funding has been released to some of the some of the counties. The first round went out, I think it was early last week. The second round will come out this week in another, so they're gonna roll it out. Gates County is due to receive almost $50,000 to address the opiate issue in this county. We must task by looking at some of the best practices that they've listed online. The link, you can click on it and see what other counties that have been through this before, what they're doing is having a broad-based committee to bring back recommendations to the board, to the county manager, as far as expenditure of that money, because it must be approved. The money's coming down to the county through the finance director. And Ms. Altman, we need to know when that money is received, so we'll know that it's here, and then we can encumber it. Before we do that, we need some people on this committee to get a broad-based representation across this county. Public safety, health, sheriff office, the school system, the municipality of Gatesville, social services. I'm trying to slow down so you can write. Social services. I said the school system.
Did you say health department?
Health department. I said the health department. Is there any other group that I'm missing? The volunteer firefighters, they need to be involved. The rescue squad needs to be involved.
EMS?
EMS rescue squad need to be involved.
Guidance counselor?
That's the school system. I want the school system really involved with all the issues they have across the county. If there's...
You've already named health, sheriff, schools, DSS, health is saying
health,
fire, rescue squad.
EMT.
Do we, knowing that there's other dollars coming,
There are other dollars they're gonna drip. The spring allocation, that's what I think we're gonna receive. Then we're gonna see another smaller allocation in the summer. I'm gonna look at that.
But do we have a time frame?
Oh, we get
They're not
so
gonna keep
many
sending us
years.
money if we don't.
We'll
It's a
get the
long
money.
time.
But no, they're gonna send it, as usual, they're gonna send the criteria to the finance
And
director.
how many years is it? It's
18 years across,
18 years.
500 and some $1,000 in 18 years. That doesn't mean we gotta take 18 years to spend it. When we receive that allocation, she will have the finance director will have the criteria of how to, of what the time frame is and how to spend the money. What we need now is a commissioner to work on this. The county attorney was very gracious in taking this on and getting the paperwork in on time last year because we didn't have, we just couldn't free up anybody to do it. So he did it, got it in on time and everything. So we're legal there. But now we need a broad-based representation from the county. I forgot the faith-based. And it sounds like a big group, but if we have best practices and links that they're going to share with us, we still have a focus, and you know what's going on in the county. You know what, these entities know what their experiences are in opiate. They're looking for ways to prevent, like awareness, and they're also looking at ways of what we can do once they are hooked or on opiates, but they really want to look at preventing the use of opiates, like a wellness program, okay? So the money's coming down, and since the commissioner that is, I call it the health guru, is
Mr. Trillium himself?
Mr. Trillium himself, Mr. Freeman, Commissioner Freeman, I'm tasking you to work with Mr. Craddock.
We might be able to work together.
I think so. Because what I'm doing is, I'm trying to make sure now, what we need to do, and I'm not gonna belabor the point, what we need to do is get the same application process we did with ad hoc committees. Let people apply, but those categories must be, represented.
Do you want to give, the structure of the committee would be important to go ahead and talk about that? Are our two commissioners going to be the leaders, or are they going to meet and form a chair?
They're going to form a chair. They're not going to be the leaders. You're oversight. In other words, you go to the first meeting like we did before, set the parameters, and I'll make sure you get that. I'll sit with both of them. I can't do that. But I will send you something to sit, and say, these are the criteria they must meet. And then you call them, once you select them, you call them together. And you just put their charge out there, handouts, links, most of it's online. And they choose their chair and co-chair to come back. And the clerk to the board must be at those meetings to take minutes. She must be there, because this is county money. So we have to be accountable, so that the meetings, wherever they meet, and you don't have to meet with them every time they meet either. But they meet, they set the criteria, and when they meet, that's how we did ad hoc committees for the Monument Committee and all other ad hocs. We do it that way. And that's the way we need to do it, because the citizens need to have, especially those entities we just named. And if you find there's others that we missed, just let me know. And and Ms. Outland will let us know when the funds come down and how much it is and the criteria. You'll have all of that. But right now, y'all need to get together and get the criteria, or say you can just use the same application that's online, Ms. Chestnut, but we're going to ask for representation to sit on the ad hoc committee for the expenditure of the opiate settlement. And they'll come in and make sure that those entities are there. And Commissioner Freeman and Commissioner Craddock.
And Madam Chairman, when I first began to analyze the material that was coming down on that, I believe we were looking at $77,000 at that stage, possibly. But as I looked at the figures, they had us down for 2 opioid deaths in Gates County. Really, we have 9 plus.
That's when you can go into the system and adjust those with documentation, because sometimes things are not reported in real time, or they are attributed to some other counties. What I found is that we don't have a hospital here. If a person dies over it, they live here, but they pass away somewhere else, they don't count it for Gates County. Pasquotank gets it, or whatever county gets it. Yeah, they get to count that. So we can clean some of that up. And going forward, we may could get more of the settlement money, because we show that we had more opiate incidences than is in the system, okay? So, Ms. Chestnut, the applications are online? Okay. We'll talk. And I'll talk also with the county manager. But when this came to fruition, the county manager just arrived here, and he was just inundated with things. And so I turned it over to, and I got my notes in my little black book. I turned it over to the county attorney, and I know he don't want to run an ad hoc committee. I don't think he wants to run an ad hoc committee. So we're going to do it that way. I think that's the fair way to do it, get a broad-based representation of these dollars. Broadband Action Team. In December, when Commissioner Craddock was sworn in, I asked him to help with broadband. That's going to become more critical now because we're moving toward the area where we want to hold the ISPs when they start getting money, start doing things accountable. And there are certain, again, categories that should be on that team. I will share that with you. I think you have it in some of the materials. It's probably old, that you can't even find it. But it hasn't changed. It's just probably buried somewhere. I will retain oversight of that since I'm the one that's been working with broadband and trying to make sure that we do what we do. So officially, Mr. Craddock, are you going to help out with that?
Absolutely.
I want to hear it. I want to hear it. Now, you didn't know what I was talking. You look at me like, what are you talking about? So Mr. Craddock is going to be helping out, assisting with the broadband action team. We have a planning board vacancy. Madam Clerk.
We actually have a gentleman coming off, and he is not eligible to continue on the planning board, and Ms. Lisa Cherry actually has someone that was interested, and I printed out his application, and what I need from the board is to make a decision if you want to accept him to serve on the board for 3 years.
Okay. Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
I can make a strong recommendation for Mr. Ryan Miltier. He's a fine gentleman, know him pretty well. And I make a motion that we accept him to serve this 3-year term.
I'll second that motion, Madam Chairman.
I have a motion and a second on the floor. Are we ready to vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Ryan Milter is been assigned to the planning board vacancy. At the last meeting, I looked at my notes, and I looked at also the retreat notes, and I looked at some other notes. The board requested department staffing change proposal, and we are going to hear that now from the county manager.
Yes, Madam Chair, you're correct. At your last meeting, you did ask me to, once again, provide proposals for your considerations concerning the reorganization of staff. This is an exercise that I also performed for the board in December, and at that time, the board did make no changes on the staffing or organization of staff at that time. So I'm not going to go into a lot of detail on that, as I've already briefed the board on my opinions on this matter. I will go through the departments with you and be glad to answer any questions that you have. First is the financial services department. That would be headed by a finance officer. Then we go to the accounts payable specialist, an accounting specialist, information technology, and this is the department where the board has expressed interest in a grant manager. And since this is dealing with financials, I recommend that the grant manager be placed under the supervision of the finance officer under the financial services department. Also in my proposal as before, I'd recommended that the customer service department be disbanded, and because it's my belief that any and all monies handled by the county should come underneath the direct managerial oversight and control finance officer. I still maintain that position, and as such, I take the customer service representative currently in customer service and also place that person in the financial services department. That position, that position would essentially have the same function. It would just be a different reporting entity. And, it's something that was mentioned earlier this evening about, delegating training staff and so forth. I do have this person reporting to the finance and accounting specialist who also has knowledge and expertise in this work as part of the organization. Looking at the planning and development department, this would be a merger of currently the planning department and the building inspections department. There'd be a newly appointed planning and development director. This is a pretty simple merger. It would take the building department, which consists of the building code administrator and a building inspector position, place them underneath the control of the department. And I don't want to be misunderstood. The building code administrator still has full control and decision-making abilities under the building code. A planning and development director could not override a code decision of the building administrator. So, he would not lose any autonomy at all in that authority. Was looking at, as opposed to filling the vacant building inspector position, not eliminating, but keeping that position as part of this department. So in the event, if we rise to the level that we require that position is already there and in place. And I'm recommending that the funding used for that be applied to a planner GIS coordinator. The board has a number of planning initiatives that it is interested in pursuing. Also, this provides, we have a number of departments where we have one person who has the decision-making abilities. In the absence of the planning and development director, who I would recommend be the current planning director be placed in that, she is the designated zoning and subdivision administrator. In her absence, no one else can make decisions. I would envision the planner to serve also as a deputy zoning administrator and deputy subdivision administrator. So work in that area does not have to come to a halt in the event that that director is not there. GIS is a very powerful and useful tool. This is just not about planners using maps. We actually contract out for service, for tax collection. Planners and GIS, it is a good mix, not hard to find because a lot of organizations, GIS originated in their planning departments. But GIS has applications for all departments, for finance, for law enforcement, and as they learn how this is more than a mapping tool, I think you'll see more and more demand, and the county will get great benefit, and in my opinion, greater benefit from this position, and we eliminate a contracted position and we provide a service that can not only be useful to this department but to other departments in this board.
How much is that contract position? How much are we paying the contractor to do it, do you know?
Is this for GIS?
The mapping GIS, yeah.
Is it about 8,500?
That's, yeah, I was thinking not yet, right?
About 9,000 a year.
Yeah. So, and this is a common arrangement, to have a planner and a GIS coordinator, so this person can perform planning functions, do GIS work for this department and other departments, and also serve as a deputy. That's one thing that's lacking in a number of the departments. You have the person at the very top that has either the certifications, the requirements, and in the event they're gone, the work and things that they need to do come to a halt. And that's why we need this middle level type of management system in many of the departments, in my opinion. The Public Utilities Department, renaming that a little bit different title. We would have a Public Utilities Department Director who would be Brad Arnold. And just for what I just said, I'm looking at dividing this department into two divisions, a wastewater division manager and a water division manager. In both of those, there would be 2 utility maintenance workers. And also to add to this department would be an administrative assistant. One of the things that was noted in the violations to the county about our utilities department was the lack of staffing that they thought was a contributing factor to why certain things were not getting done. And so I think that would be an instrumental position. The Public Utilities Director will carry all certifications that we need for the operations of our water and wastewater. The Wastewater Division Manager would carry all necessary certifications for the operations, so forth, of our water distribution system. And, it would be that way for wastewater, and then water likewise, that they would carry those designations. As you know, what we've recently experienced, we lost our director. He was the sole person who had those certifications. Underneath this scenario is that even if we lose the director, this department can fully function and sign off on all necessary sampling, inspections, and so forth under both wastewater and water. And even in the event that either of these division managers or both of these manager positions are vacant, our director can still maintain all of these services that we had to actually contract out merely to get signatures from someone who was certified. So I think this is a much better management hierarchy for that department. In county administration, still be the county manager. The board at previous meeting had voiced support for the hiring of a human resources director. I chose, instead of making that, a separate department, as is in some places, part of my position was we had too many small departments. Was trying to eliminate those, so I was not going to contribute to making another one. I'm placing that under county administration. And then also the payroll benefits specialist, they would come underneath county administration, and because they do work hand in glove with human resources in many ways. So that position would be there. I'm also recommending the appointment, the creation of an assistant county manager position, and also the need for an executive assistant that would serve the county manager, the assistant county manager, and could also provide assistance to the human resources director as needed. And that would be my recommendations to this board for staffing and reorganization of these departments.
So, total new employees we would be adding.
One's filled, right? There's a lot of spots.
We create a
total
position we're expecting to fill.
Total new positions, the grant manager, that would be a new position. We have 2 positions right now in customer service. So you have a customer service representative and financial services, and there's also a new position, an executive assistant position in county administration as well as in building. Looking at the county administration, that one has, it would be the human resource director, which I believe the board has already shown support for, assistant county manager, and the executive assistant.
So 2 more under that.
To be 2 more in there. But, right now, there's, a lot of work in county administration, both past, present, and future. I think the assistant county manager is almost critical. You look to our east, south, and west, and all of them are currently advertising for assistant county managers. There's many projects that are just too encompassing. As a department, I do not have a single full-time person, and I'm currently serving as a human resource officer. The deputy clerk is supposed to serve part-time as my executive assistant, and she does help me as she is able to, but her primary duties and much of her time is spent as your board clerk. So,
Also, there's less supervised, you've saved some because of not as many department heads, because you can be a little bit more concise in things. So
I
that,
wonder if, do you know whether, Tim, the counties that are advertising for the assistant county manager, do you know if it's a new role or are they just trying to fill, or trying
I'm
to
not
fill
sure
where
if they're,
somebody moved or something?
if they're new. I think it's Pasquotank, Hertford, and Halifax County right now. Like in this region, they are all advertising. This is not an uncommon position in a county. And once again, it provides, the same reasoning as I had for the departments. And if I have a prolonged absence for an illness for a few weeks, there's only certain, functions that the county manager can perform. With an assistant county manager, I can designate that assistant county manager to assume those functions. So once again, that work does not have to come to a halt.
Commissioner Freeman?
They're looking at the total number. I was listening to the total number, and I was trying to come up with public utilities. You consider two divisions, wastewater and HOH2, right?
Yeah, the public utilities would have one, because right now they have the director, it's a crew leader, I'm trying to remember the name of the other position, and then they have 4, what they call system operators. So really, it's just adding the executive assistant. And what that does is that's going to allow our new director, who is very experienced and skilled, to allow him to spend his time doing what his expertise allows him to do and free him up of clerical and administrative type duties.
Right. So all total in that department would be 5 to 6, maybe,
Let's see,
Is that
1, 2,
Brad?
3, 4, 5,
You got
6,
2?
7.
It's 7.
Be 7. It'd be one additional, and like I said, the state report even did note that they thought part of the problem, was a lack of adequate staffing of that department. They thought was a contributing factor to the violations that they found. That department was understaffed, as a number of our departments are understaffed, and that's why I've recommended the new positions that I have.
And so Human Resources Director would be another, we already have payroll. And then
Yes, yes, Christy is currently the payroll benefits specialist, and, she would, come under the county administration department.
Under your office.
Yes, and report, there'd be no change in her, there'd be no change in her duties. The only thing is, instead of reporting to, the finance officer, she'd be reporting to the human resources director. And that's a very, that's a very common setup, to have a human resources director and a payroll benefits specialist. And what you also want to do, this also allows you some cross-training to help maybe, develop the payroll benefits specialist in human resources, and also to have that human resources director cross-trained in payroll. So that if you have if the payroll benefits specialist is out, it's that, there's somebody in that department cross-trained who can step in and take that. And that's another reason for some of these new positions, that these departments are so thinly staffed, there's not the opportunity for cross-training. Because, they can't leave their job to fill in and cross-train for another, because there's no one there then to fill their slot. And, you have to have a certain minimum critical mass number that cross-training even becomes a viable option.
So we have someone wastewater with certification. Roger that.
The director, he is fully certified and with all of the water and wastewater credentials that the county requires.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yes.
Is there already someone in wastewater that's certified?
No.
Okay. And then how about HOH? Is that Brad too, or are we going to have someone else certified there?
No, I mean, presently, we do not have anybody who has the certifications to fill those manager positions in either water or wastewater. We would recruit, if we're lucky, we can find somebody who has the certifications. If not, as with many other positions, anything that they were lacking, we would put them on a known schedule to acquire their certifications as part of their hiring.
Let me say something here. As we go through these charts, I went back to the notes that we've been taking for the last year, almost 2 years. And I also look at what the state is requiring us to do to get out of our water and wastewater situation. Organization is what they're going to be looking, one of the scoring criteria for getting the grants. We are understaffed in water and wastewater. It has to be 7 at least to get us out of that. When Mr. Arnold and the Avmal Commission or the grant writer, whoever we have to submit these applications for get millions of dollars, we're already on the distress list. The distress unit on the list. And one of the scoring is organization, another is financial, and another is environmental. When we look at where we are and we're trying to hire people, and I believe they hired someone today,
Yes.
so we're still hiring. But when we get ready to do the grants to get our water and get Gates County off of the distress unit, there are certain criteria. They're kicking the can down the road. It's not going to work this time. We did not do what we were supposed to do years ago, as far as keep it up, as far as keep it maintained, as far as upgrading. And now it's time to, the state is saying, DEQ is saying, this is what we need to see. So as we move forward with all this, it's not the first time we've seen it, commissioners. We said, we voted on, or with consensus in the minutes, back in one of these, all these minutes you have, we said, and I can quote you, that hiring a human resources person was not optional. The county manager should not be the human resource director in this county. All the other counties have human resources directors. It frees him up to do what he needs to do instead of wrapped up in personnel all the time. That's dangerous. He can't keep up. We're in the middle of getting ready to move economically forward, and we can't move without our infrastructure being in place. I'm not trying to convince anybody of anything. I want everybody to understand, this is not the first conversation we've had. So we also talked about the grant administrator ever since last fall. We don't have a grant administrator, and we can pay some of that salary from the ARPA funds, and there are other funds that I talked about yesterday in Raleigh that we can apply for, and they will help us, okay? So we haven't, this is not new.
We mentioned some of this during the retreat also.
We did.
And, I mean, I can see a condensed document that, with all of these departments on there.
Yep.
That Ms. Outland could have, and when she's going through an audit, yes, we've addressed this.
We've addressed
yes,
this.
we addressed that.
We've addressed
And-
this.
And to get back to the grant, when you show structure, you're going to get some attention.
You get extension, and you have to have an action plan that's sustainable. We also talked about the fact, 2 or 3 times, about the county manager needs an assistant. Let me just say this, the school system has a superintendent, assistant superintendent, HR director, planners, you name it, on the staff of the administration, running a school system, we're running a county. Other departments have captains, sergeants, chiefs, everything you can name, but we're running a county with one person. Other counties are beginning to hire assistant managers because they know the county manager has to get out with these projects that this ARPA fund money is required to have. We purchase property, and he can't even get out there. And so, let me say something. I don't want anybody to think this is the first time we've seen this. It's not. And when we had that retreat, it was unanimous. Now, what's happened, I don't know, but I know this, and I'm just speaking as a chair. Gates County has got to step it up. We are behind, we are behind. You just heard Michael Irvin say, what did he say? The money's gonna dry up, you need to apply now. You need to move now. You need to do some things now. And I'm not trying to convince these commissioners of one thing. I'm just telling you that when Mr. Arnold works with Avmal Commission and that grant writer to try to get us off that list, they're gonna look at this. They want a plan for sustainability. Not something, ask something, they don't have a checkbook to ask, we should write us a check. And that's what I've been trying to say this. And I know people think I'm just supporting the county manager. I'm supporting the county because I'm at the meetings listening to what we need to do. Economic development, we cannot do that without somebody out there going to Raleigh, and it's not gonna be me. I worked all day yesterday. It's not going to be me. And the citizens, and listen to me, citizens, you're the one that said that you wanted to be held accountable. We need funding, and we can't get the funding if we're not organized efficiently and effectively. We just can't do it. We don't have enough money to do all of these small divisions or departments. But guess what? Kick it down the road again and see how much money we get to get off. Look at Fayetteville, what's going on in Fayetteville with their water and wastewater. The county attorney and I talked about that the other day. You don't want Raleigh to come here and tell you what to do because we won't do what we need to do. And grant funders are not going to fund you when you don't have any skin in the game, and all we're going to do is hold out our hand, and we haven't done one thing to fix this. And what you're hearing from me is passion. I'm not angry with anybody because you know what? If we want to kick it, if this is the best Gates County can do, these men and this lady sitting to my left, it's our responsibility. So if we don't do it, it's nobody's fault but ours. If we do it, it's still nobody's. We're going to get blamed one way or the other anyway. It doesn't matter. Because we know what we have trying to do. We know what we have to do. Others just see a snapshot, what they want. And most of the time, it's not even what, they don't see the big picture. And when you put personalities in it, you don't like this one, you don't like that one, but you love this one, you love that one, we can't move like this. And maybe I shouldn't say this, but this is a fork in the road. Simple. So if the county manager is not seen doing anything, it's because he's dealing with personnel every day and everything else that goes with it, and on the phone all day long, trying to do this, do that. Mr. Owens is going to be, he already is anyway, the de facto chair of the Economic Development Commission for Gates County. It's in our order, we already have it. He's been doing it anyway. I want to make that clear, because as people started calling us, and they want to know who's doing what in Gates County. Am I right, county attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
So as we move around the state, they were so proud to see Gates County in the House on the General Assembly yesterday, because we don't go anywhere. So those citizens that want to be better in Gates County, and it's some people who do, they understand, and there are others don't care. I'm sorry they don't, because it's personal. But when we get ready to write these grants in 3 months, this is June, we've got to start moving this summer. Golden Leaf was here, what, 2 weeks ago?
1 week.
1 week ago, Golden Leaf was on the ground in Gates County, in the county manager's office. and he was on the phone dealing with water and wastewater. He couldn't take them to see the property that we purchased. Mr. Owens was stuck at work. He had an emergency at work. He was supposed to do it. I took them out there because we don't have an assistant to do anything. I'm not interested in Gates County. I'm committed to Gates County. There's a difference. There's a difference. So as you look at this, and we've seen it before, and we didn't do it, and we kicked it down the road, think about what we're going to do in the next 6 months. I want the county manager to explain. They keep asking, tell them how many positions are in here, and tell them what the property tax looks like and why. Because you pay for positions with recurring costs. That's property taxes. And I want him to explain that because there's too much stuff out there about why we do what we do in property taxes and how much one penny generates. And if you got a $150,000 house, what is it going to cost you every year to get this county moving forward? That's what I want him to tell in front of God and everybody, so that when you tell it right. And he verified it with the tax assessor. So, Mr. County Manager?
We're gonna start with number that we're adding.
Yep, the number we're at.
Well, I just wanted, just to make, I didn't do it. I was asked to say, what do I think would be the preferred, and I think this is the minimum needed, but I do, when you're talking about the Public Utilities Department, that's not coming from your real estate taxes. That's coming from
Say that again, in the microphone.
the positions with the Public Utilities Department. That's funded by the fees that we receive from the provision of those services. That's not coming from your tax rate.
Okay, so right now, how many positions do we have open? I'm just asking.
I know, just ask the question.
Well, I'm looking at, for the public utilities, what you see here represents one additional position, full-time position, and that would be the administrative assistant and the division managers, because they would have to carry certifications in their respective areas.
Right.
I would envision that their salaries would be slightly higher than like the utility crew leader and so forth that we have. And this also provides, it was spoken this evening, that these things also give people the opportunity to stay and grow and be promoted within this organization. And if they're in a career that they don't have to look that if I want to advance, that means I have to leave.
Right.
Because you have these middle managers that are needed, in my opinion, for functioning, but it's also, you look at those two managers, one of them may very well be your next director for that department. And that's the type of succession planning that needs to go into this as well.
Mr. Pratt, I want you to keep tally.
Yep.
That was your question, okay?
Well, that was for the water department.
Okay,
So
go to the
by
next.
adding one position.
Go to the
public
next one.
utilities,
And
I'm sorry,
and then-
public utilities. And that does not come from real estate tax?
Nope.
It comes from funding.
Yep.
Well,
Let's go.
adding this one position cause water billing to go up. Water bills. I'm just saying, this is questions we're gonna get.
Be honest.
Yes.
Let them hear
Yes,
it. It's the truth.
There needs to be an assessment of the increased salaries for what I'm proposing, the two managers and this one position here. There also needs to be a review of that, and part of it hinges on some of the decisions made here this evening. I've talked about, and I've discussed it with the board, remote meters being read, and I've talked to Mr. Arnold, and there are several hundred meters out there. And I've got that on the pause button right now because there's no need to go out and repair or replace that many meters if we're going to come back and then automate them. And so that's going to figure in with this staffing. My plan is to put out an RFP for proposals on what it would cost to put those meters in countywide, determine what the debt service would be, take those factors, those infrastructure improvements, the staffing, take those basic needs, and then back into and decide what rate needs to be set to pay for that service.
Overhead. Covering your overhead.
Yes.
So just this uptick, if we made 2 managers and an assistant, how much do you think that would cost us?
$65,000.
65,000.
Mm-hmm.
And we got how many water customers?
4,300.
4,300 water customers?
Mm-hmm.
43, all right,
Okay, go ahead, next.
okay.
Which one's next?
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
I was in Raleigh as well at the General Assembly, and they could not emphasize enough, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity about monies and grants and things. And we can probably get, I think Mr. Arnold will say, we can apply for some of those and, you know, it will not be Gates County money, but state money coming to us to improve our water system.
Or federal dollars.
Or federal dollars.
Better.
And everybody said, the money's going to be gone in 2 years. You got to act if you want it, and you got to act. And we are having some problems. We've already been written up, correct?
Mm-hmm, yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
And
I received
so-
another NOV this week.
And so we've got to do something. This water system's 40 years old. We've got to do something. And
Okay.
I'd rather use state money and federal money than Gates County money.
Okay.
Agree.
What's next?
$65,000.
Yeah, that's looking at the cost of, I'm trying to, anticipate, not knowing the exact salaries of the 2 positions, but I do, they're going to be a little bit higher, and then the full
Right.
cost of the administrative
Yep.
assistant.
So 65,000 divided by 4,300 is $15.11.
Excuse me one second. Ms. Hendricks. 4,300 water accounts. Is that fair? Okay, I don't want to go too far without
Yeah,
questioning
I'm
that.
just- I'm just-
Okay,
I'm-
yeah, we're just making sure we weren't way off.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. That's if they all pay, right?
That's true.
All right, so 1 position for public utilities, county administration.
Yes. County administration would be looking at, under this proposal, would be 3 new positions. Human resource director, an assistant county manager, and an executive assistant.
All right, we've already talked to human resources, we've already got that in the budget. Is that correct? That's correct?
No.
No,
That's
it's
not
not.
in the budget?
We didn't
No,
put it
it's
in the
not.
budget
It's not
because we
in the
wanted,
budget.
it's
Okay.
not in the budget.
Okay.
Now, where does the clerk go in on this position?
The clerk, I would have the clerk just directly going to, she would become full-time clerk to the board, but I do have anticipated for the clerk, you're finding out, Joey, that there would be some transfer of duties to her instead of some of the duties that she has to be in my executive assistant. There are other things that would become her sole responsibility. It's going to be, one of the things with the technology, if we can get that updated, is for her to play a more active role in, the update and maintenance of the website. And since she would be doing that, she would have the information. She is the official keeper of the record. Probably also have her designated as the public information officer for the county.
And certainly our website needs to be as current as possible.
Yeah. But it's difficult to do that
And do all the
until we
other
can get
jobs.
into a central system. But so there are other duties that she can perform that need to be performed for the county. So it's going to, open up opportunity for that. She already handles, basically she's going to be a little bit, you might say, a lot of it's going to be information central. She handles, the request for records, serve as a public information officer, and also play a more active role, and hopefully getting some, not this year, I know it's tight, but as you know, I've mentioned before the need to update the technology And that's needed in order to really get a good website going.
All right,
Okay.
so that's 3 positions, cost.
Those 3 positions, cost for all 3, $240,000. That's salary and benefits.
All right, and that will
And
come,
that's looking at probably a mid-grade. When I give that number, that's, not looking at, we have minimum, mid, and max. That would be based on a mid-range.
And people have to understand when you talk about benefits, that's insurance and work, so many things.
Yeah,
retirement.
whatever the salary is, you can probably, add at least another 25% to the salary to cover the other, the FICA, all the other things that come along with
all
it.
right, so, and that would be real estate tax.
Correct.
All right. And our 1 cent value is worth 100 and...
Or 90.
97.
That's at 97% collection.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you're correct, it was 100%.
Yeah. Well, just a little
So
over
what would be the
100,000.
best way to calculate it?
Now, do we include a grants manager in here?
No.
No, I have that, that's under finance.
Okay.
The grant manager is coming out of ARPA. It's coming out of grant money.
Okay.
It's not
How much
coming,
you can pay for that?
How about GIS?
when he gets to that.
But one thing about the grant writer, we can pay for that with the ARP money and have that for 2 years, and if it's beneficial, we can.
Yeah, you have the ARP money, and what would be envisioned, at least my vision for that position is like that while we will have projects for that, is that person can be engaged in writing grant, we can't use ARP money for anything but ARP projects, but if this person is successful in writing grants, then, and we secure grants, then that becomes a sustaining income for them, the grant administrator. Just like we've had like these housing grants, we've had to contract them out. We could, on that, just one grant was $50,000 for the year, just for one of them. That could have been administration money that the county could have kept and applied towards that position. So hopefully.
So we're not gonna count that as a person?
Yeah, we're looking at that job, and actually there are localities that have advertised that there are grant manager positions that they are to be self-sustaining.
Well,
That if the
I know-
grant monies aren't there, then, that's what's used to fund them.
I know Avmal Commissioner Sharon Smith, that we all know, she is the grant writer, and she is paid by the grants. And she has, and for a 2-year, she had a 2-year contract, and,
Does she get any benefits from Avmal Commission?
well, see, you can, on these grants, you can charge,
Administrative fee.
Does she get any retirement benefits or anything
No.
else?
No.
She's not a W-2. I wouldn't think she'd be a W-2.
Yeah.
but she gets the, you can charge the cost of administrating the grant.
Yes.
It's taken out of the grant.
Yeah, I don't envision the grant manager, if it was a contracted service, I would not have it in here. This would be a full-time county
But-
employee.
But
It
right,
would be.
in the beginning, we could have it charged against the grant.
Correct. I mean, you can be a full-time county employee, and if the county receives a grant, we can administer the grant ourselves and use that administration money, which can, range usually anywhere between, 10 to 20%, depending on the agency.
So we're gonna count it as a county employee or a new county employee or not?
I think we originally talked about let the grant pay for it, right?
Yeah.
You let the grant pay
What
for
he's saying
it.
is the grant will still
And
pay
if
the
that
person's
person
salary,
earns a
even if
fee,
they're
Yeah,
employed.
hopefully if they're
One of the things-
successful, they can get more grants, which will sustain income for their salary.
One of the things I talked to Reginald Spade about a couple of days ago before I went to Raleigh is a resource development specialist is a fancy name for a grant writer. If you do it that way, if he sent me the information, there are philanthropy people who look for fundings of such things. So it will not be a person that's in the so-called budget, really. If you work it right, I've got the information here, I understand what's going on with that, and a grant writer pays for themselves. If it's a good grant writer. And the administrative costs. They don't, it's a wash. If they don't perform, oh, well, you had 2 years.
Well,
got-
actually,
So they're not
you're not
liability
looking
to the
for
county
it.
at all?
No,
You're not looking
So if
for
they
it to
slip and
be,
fall on the sidewalk and break their ankle,
nope.
they're not liability to the county.
Let's see.
you're,
Well, they can be a county employee.
yeah, you're,
That could happen, believe you me. So they don't belong to the county if they break their ankle.
it needs to be an employee of the county.
I mean, I recommend that this be a county employee.
Okay.
It's the funding we're talking about,
Yeah.
as far as paying
But
for
because
it.
what, whether it's contracted or a county employee, there's administration money that can go to this person, and I think that we are better off just, especially with the situation we're currently in, it would be good to be able to have direct managerial control, and better awareness of what's going on with grant administration. And I recommend that, we get the grant manager, and, if the board wants to condition that, it'd be self-sustaining through grants, it can be done that way. In fact, there's a number of localities that are advertising just specific for the ARPA, and it states that, after that project is done, that's going to be the end of it. So, but if this person or even another grant writer gets us a grant, we can keep the administration money and administer the grant. And that's your hope. First I was a planning district commission, we had 7 employees, and that whole staff was probably funded 90% by grant administration money year after year, because they were successful in applying for and receiving grants.
Okay.
That's good.
So
What's the next
I would
one?
say, Jack, are you?
Mr.
So
Crab?
we were talking about grants, so we're in the financial service department right now. Right?
we're moving on.
Yes, I would absolutely
So
put,
that's the only position that would be adding, we're just moving one under.
no, one would be moving, there would be another position under financial services, customer service, but this is the transfer of an employee from another
That's all I paid,
department.
that's all I paid.
Okay. Just want to
All
make sure.
right. Planning and development.
Planning and development, there is one new position, that's the planner GIS coordinator. That would be funded in almost full by the vacant building inspector position that has been funded. A little bit more higher skill set involved for the planner GIS, so I would anticipate possibly another $20,000 to be added to that, and an incremental increase for the current planning director, because if they're taking over greater responsibility by picking up the building inspection program, it's
But
greater,
won't we say-
it's greater responsibility, it's more people. So I think that director's pay should be a slight adjustment upward for that.
Slight adjustment.
But-
Just say $5,000, $10,000?
Yeah, no more. than
But won't we
yeah.
save money if we bring GIS in? We won't be paying for.
Well, that's the thing, that money will hopefully eventually come, that we no longer have to contract out for the service for GIS. My concern with this is that once other departments figure out what they can use GIS for, the planning directors are going to be saying, I want my planner back, because I've run into that in 2 counties.
So are we not gonna fill the vacant building inspector? Is that what you were saying, we'll move that?
Yes, I'm proposing that we, not eliminate that position, but not fill that position at this time. I think there's more value and worth to the county organization as a whole through the creation of the planner GIS. Also, again, this provides, I don't want to beat the dead horse, but this provides for a deputy zoning administrator and a deputy subdivision administrator, and it also provides for a person for succession planning if you lose your director.
Okay. So we're keeping that. How much, I know you said 20,000 on top of the vacant building inspector, but if we're gonna hire another building inspector, what would a planner GIS coordinator
We're
cost?
not hiring another one.
But do we have the quantity of work to have 2 people in building?
I think the state recommends like 2.5 actually, for the square miles.
But I mean, but if you look at with his reports.
Yeah.
It had very little.
I agree. So, but you're planning on keeping that one, right? Am I hearing you correctly?
I'm not proposing on eliminating the position, but the position would still be in this department, but I am not looking at this time, this upcoming budget, to fill it.
Okay.
If there comes a time to where the building activity comes up, then yes, we'll be generating more fees through that, those additional permits, and then that will help, pay for that position.
All right, so
really, it's almost.
How much does the vacant building inspector make? That's why I'm just trying to get a total cost of what that one's gonna cost.
I'd have to look up, it's all gonna depend on, what type of certifications the person, if they have no certifications and they have to go through it all, it's gonna be down, low 30 or something, but, if the person comes with certifications, you don't have to go through the training, you may be, 10 more grand, because that's got, those certifications have value.
Say we hire somebody that's 40,000.
Yeah, I mean.
All right. And all of this will come from tax basis?
No. Part of that is going to come through the fees that are generated through the issuance of the building permits.
Okay.
Which this month was almost 6,000.
Yeah, okay. So 50,000. That was all of them, right? Then we're looking, just quick calculations, we're looking at another 3 cents on taxes, and if just the water bills had to pay for the new positions, would be raising the water bill to additional $15.11 a month. That's just what.
You may have to do that anyway, but remember when we do the action plan for addressing our water, they're gonna wanna know how you're gonna sustain it. When they give you a grant, and that grant runs out, they're gonna say, okay, now, if I give you this, if I award you this grant, in that proposal, you're gonna have to show how you're gonna sustain it. And that may or may, I don't know, but I know what they're gonna ask.
I understand it. What I'm saying is, if we raise it $15.11 a month, I know we have fees and disconnections and all that adds up. I'm just saying off this $65,000, it's gonna raise us $15.11 a month. Yeah.
What we need to do is look at all the total positions in the proposed budget. Look at if the commissioners approve this, we need to look at a final total of how many positions that we may approve. How much is that for a penny?
$1.25, I'm sorry, I miscalculated. For $1.25 a month, I'm sorry, I forgot to divide by 12.
15 went to $1.25.
So how many positions do we have new that are recurring costs? And I want to know, we need to know inclusively of what was in the other budget before we got to this, we asked them to do the realignment. So county manager, how many is that? Okay, in the other budget that we had, but this is we're trying to get this budget balanced, right? When you did your budget narrative or message, what was the new recurring cost in that narrative?
The new recurring cost was that for the budget fiscal year we're in, started last July 1, the board approved a budget amendment for the sheriff's department, which created 2 new deputy positions and provided raises of varying levels. That was $122,000 and change. So that, to sustain that would equal $1.25 on the tax rate. And then as the other part of my recommendation, I had recommended in the original budget that it be a 2-cent tax increase. First part was to sustain the recurring cost of the action for the additional salaries and positions in the sheriff's department. The other 75 cents was to fund the COLA. Now, subsequent to that, that was my recommended budget to you. You then heard from the school system, and you heard information from the animal shelter. You restored, or didn't restore, but he amended his budget for next year for $70,000, which the board said that it was agreeable to. The animal shelter needed repair work in the amount of $9,000 some odd dollars. That was agreed to. Those two together would create the need for another 1 cent. And then there was a slight amount of money left over from the 79, a little over $20,000. And what I did with that money was that I applied that to the COLA that I was already recommending, because I think it is a serious need to try to get our salary scale up and become more competitive. And that's what raised the COLA from my original proposal from 5, that little bit of additional money, that $20,000, got it up to 5.5. So right now, from what you have, committed to, through that action would be a 3-cent tax increase. That's sustaining what you did this year for the sheriff's department. It will pay for a 5.5% COLA, and then it will also pay for the assistant principal at the high school and the repairs to the animal shelter.
Bring the total to.
So that's 3. And I have run the numbers, and using in our hierarchy, in our pay scale, in terms of human resource director that the board said that it was committed to, and an assistant county manager, looking at those two positions, looking at a mid-scale salary with all benefits associated with it, was approximately a little over $190,000. So you'd be talking an additional 2 cents to one, the assistant county manager's salary is, has a higher grade, the human resource, a lesser grade, one position, a little higher salary, but the two combined with benefits, you were looking close to 200. It was in the 190s. So to sustain that would be 2 cents. That would be a 5-cent increase. Using the example, then I did look up, the average value of a home, median value in Gates County, according to the census, is, I believe it was $144,000. We used $150,000 for an example. A 1 cent increase, generated $15. So someone with a $150,000 home, to fund what you've committed to and to fund these last 2 positions under county administration, I'm not requesting the executive assistant underneath this proposal. I'd be glad to entertain it if you want to have the discussion, but that would, you're looking at 5, you're looking at $75. It'd be someone with a $150,000 home. The increased tax liability on that home from the county would be $75 a year.
$6 and some change a month.
Mm-hmm. Commissioner Freeman, you have any further input or questions? I'm trying to
I have a lot
move
of
us along.
questions, but no, I was adding up the employees recommended and the salaries recommended. And I know that the county manager said a medium, you were looking at medium range.
Yeah, I was looking
Correct.
at the mid-range.
Certainly have a lot of questions, but I have, since looking at the budget initially anyway. And I was wondering what grants we do. Do we have any grants that we have in addition to what we have in the ordinance, budget ordinance?
I couldn't.
Have we have any grants that have come additionally into the budget ordinance?
No, we do not have any, we have, the ARPA money. We have that in the budget.
But no grants, just.
We have no
gifted-
grants.
Gifted money.
Yeah.
Gifted
No,
money.
not at this time. That's what we're trying to get some gifted money.
Right.
I did have a conversation, since you brought it up, I did have a conversation with one of the representatives. We've requested, and y'all approved it, $1.5 million. It made it on the table. It's not in his office. I got it in on time. And he thanked me for that. He said, timing is everything. So it's in the short session. I'm not optimistic, and I am optimistic. It won't come out of the short, it's a short session, ends July 1. But it's it's on the desk of the committee member that it needs to be in to move into the long session. That's not assuring anything that we're gonna get it, but it is on their table. I also asked about the $35,000 a grant that the Sunbury Fire Department didn't receive because they didn't fund it. Mr. Kitchell, they didn't fund it. You did a very good job in sending me the information, and I did speak to that. And we'll see what's going to happen as they go to the long session. But they have it, and also, before you ask for money, you thank them for what you got. You're always thankful, and then you ask. Well, I thank the representative for the $250,000 that we received last year from him. Mr. Steinberg also allocated $250,000. What they were not pleased about is the rumor that we're sending back $20,000. You don't send back money. You never send back money. Don't ask for it.
That rumor's not true. I've confirmed it.
I can't hear you.
That rumor's not true.
Well, it's out there. Are they going to buy the body cams?
We're working with a representative to see what else we can use that money for.
And that was my conversation I had 2 weeks ago. Because when I was trying to thank them for something, they mentioned it, and I says, can we use it? And they said it's restricted. And I was told if they ask the Department of Public Safety or whatever it is, could they move that to something else in that line? Do not ask for money if you're not going to use it. Don't do that, because I don't care if it's a penny or $50,000. It does not look well. And I heard that yesterday. So my thing is this. When you get grant money, it comes to the county. It goes to the finance officer and the county manager. We need visibility of what people are doing. We need visibility of what people are doing, because when I step out there, or the county manager or the finance officer trying to get money, and I don't even know what we asked for, then I'm told, well, I heard it's coming back. I'm just trying to get people to understand any money allocated to any department in this county or any other county goes through the finance officer. And then it's dispersed to the department per whatever the instructions are. Nobody's trying to keep anybody's money. But you don't ask for money, and then the rumor gets out, you're going to send it back. And now you got to wrestle trying to move it somewhere so we don't send it back. Just let us know, us meaning the finance director and the county manager, and we can support you. Just like Mr. Kitchell did. He bought me he sent me what I needed for the funding that was not granted, the $35,000 that they need. They need it. And I made sure they understood they need that. The volunteer fire departments need this money. But money that's allocated, you write all the grants you want. I want you to write grants. And I'm saying this I feel. Because the more grants we write, the less money come out of our pockets. I asked for $10 million yesterday on behalf of the school system. Because I asked Barry Williams, Dr. Williams, what did they need? Capital outlay. He only got 1.7. He asked for more than that. And there's another round coming up in July. He sent me what I needed, and I walked the halls with that. And so did Ms. Hoffa, trying to advocate for getting, because more money he gets, or the school system gets for capital outlay to fix their buildings, we don't have to struggle trying to help them. We are not trying to play this game of who's in charge of what. The county manager is the lead administrator in every county. The finance director should have visibility of all funds, because if we don't, we're going to get into issues like we did years ago. We had to clean it up. And she's done a very good job, and the county manager sits there and he puts his, his statutes and stuff. All we're trying to do is make sure everybody can get the materials and documentation they have, and we're not assessing blame. But if you look at the details, look at it. When things happen, you don't have to, it's called cause and effect. And what's the remedy? So we don't go there again. So I appreciate the discussion. I think we have, you have another?
Yeah, I just want to comment on something you just said too, about having a discussion with the legislature or maybe our representative. Does it come up why we got 250,000, everybody else got $1 million?
Because that's all that we asked for. And I just did get that in, because remember last year, we have not, even Golden Leaf said this, they said they have not funded projects or whatever in Gates County since 2011. Yesterday when I was talking to the legislators or whatever, they said, well, we're glad Gates County is back in the game.
So we only asked for 250,000?
I only asked for 250 because when I got the call, says, what do you need? Because I made the call last spring. I says, we need funding. I got the call. How much do you need? I said, how much you got?
I noticed like Woodland got 500,000 for a sidewalk.
But that comes out of a different pot of money.
Well, let me put it this way. If you don't ask, if you gotta, thank you. If you don't have project, if you just don't have, you just can't ask for money. I asked for money for the community center. I didn't know what else to do. So when they called, I knew we had to fix that community center. That roof is had it. So I said, how much can I get? They said 250. I asked for $250,000. And then Representative Steinberg had funding. He wanted to fund the 4 poorest counties in his area. We were one of them. I got that call. He didn't restrict it. It was just for capital outlay. The 250 for the community center was restricted. They wanted to restrict it. I said, okay, the community center. That's why that was restricted. We have to spend the 250 on that roof. Steinberg's, or Senator Steinberg didn't restrict his, but it's for capital outlay. So this is how it works. You don't have a project when we ask them, you can't ask, you just can't call, I need some money. You gotta have a project. It has to have an action plan. It has to be sustainable, and you have to have it on time. I kept hearing yesterday, get your stuff in on time. Well, we don't even have a project. We do. It's called water and wastewater. But have we written anything? No.
We can do the sidewalk out here, though, 500,000.
That's the city.
Be a nice and bad.
I will say, when we ask, the school has a 5-year plan.
We have no plan.
And, that's something that they look for. What is our plan moving forward?
I asked Dr. Williams for his capital outlay plan. He's got a daggone 5-year plan. We ain't got a plan what we're gonna do tomorrow. I'm just saying, this is what you need to do. We need to sit down with our overall strategic plan and get a 3 to 5 year plan. So when we ask for funding, we got projects. We have things that we can shape together. And that's why it's important, when I keep looking back there at Mr. Arnold, because I know he's got to start writing these grants, commissioners. And you can handcuff him if you want to, and try to think ahead of him, listening to everybody else that don't see what we see, sit where we sit, and see what kind of project we get together. That's all I got to say. I'm not going to convince anybody to do anything. I already know what I'm going to vote for. Y'all vote your interest for Gates County. That's all you got to do. And if you don't, that's fine. And when your water turns brown again, don't call. Don't call. Because we don't have the courage to do what we need to do to clear it up once and for all. While you're looking through your package, I need to ask one question of the board clerk. Don't let me forget the 2 items that Commissioner Freeman took off.
Madam Chair, we've got 2 things we moved.
I just told.
Oh, did you? Okay. I was looking for it, so,
I'm on top of it tonight.
G and F.
G and A.
No, we're not moving from this. We ain't going to GOS. No, we ain't kicking this. No, We're not going to GOS until we do something about, you're either going to approve it or you're not. Because that's why I say adoption of fiscal year 2020. No, they amended it. The planning. The board requested Department of Staffing change proposal. I'm trying to keep everything in order. You asked for it. We have it. We can move on. But we're not moving on. And circle back around. And have it in the minutes. No. Unless you forget, June 30th is coming. State's not going to forget.
Just, Madam Chair, if the board does vote to incorporate any of these new positions and reorganization, the process would be, for new positions, I would write the new job description and I would bring you back a new organizational chart for the county. You would adopt both. That's by law, that the board's authority with personnel is you decide the positions, the number, and how they're organized. So if you take a vote this evening, what I would do, just knowing if you do change something, I would have to formulate a job description for any new job or change of job for you to approve, and as well as how the county organizational chart changes. And then that would be your instruction to me to, if you want to change it, would be to prepare that to bring it back to you for final action at a future meeting.
That said, we still have to have a balanced budget by June 30th.
Yes.
If we're going to do anything to affect that budget, it needs to be done before June 30th. If it's not done before June 30th, it's a wrap. It has to be balanced and submitted. Am I right, Finance Director?
But not the job description.
Not the job description.
You can incorporate.
You can
the
incorporate.
money into the budgets.
You can amend the budget to incorporate it.
Yeah.
But if we gotta have a balanced budget by June 30th.
Well, one thing you're not going to be able to do is you're not going to be able to fill these positions overnight.
That's true.
You're not going to be
That's
able to fill these new slots in 2022. Is that fair?
But they're in the
Is that fair
budget in
statement?
2022. Am I right?
No, I think, I hope if you approve some of these, I get them filled in 2022.
Okay.
But if it's not in the budget and we do a budget amendment, look what happens.
Because once they're approved, I mean, as soon as I have an approved job description, I'm going to have an advertisement in the paper and out online. I mean, it's all how quickly will we receive applications and how qualified will those candidates be? But no, I mean, I don't, granted, we're not going to have anybody here July 1 or August 1, but.
What would be the average for hiring, getting the application?
I don't even want to say, in today's market, I mean, we've gone stretches where for weeks we receive nothing and then boom, here come three. I mean, it's so sporadic, it's so hard to
If you got the
predict.
application, the process from there forward, how long would that be?
If we got the application, person's, deemed qualified, we bring them in, interview, we think they're right, we hire them, and it's how quickly can they start? Can they start immediately? Do they need to give a 2-week notice? But yeah, after the applications come in, I mean, we can start. I'd like to write the ads that, applications will be reviewed as they come in, and the job remains open until filled.
But none of that would take place until you've written the job description.
Correct, yeah. I'd have to have a job, you'd have.
Not that would take forever, but.
No.
That would be the first step.
Yeah, it will not take me long to write a job description, but it didn't do me any good to write several job descriptions not knowing what you may or may not do.
Sure.
What's your pleasure? We almost to the end of the, you got 2 consent agendas that was taken off, put back on the regular agenda for Commissioner Freeman. And we have to, I'm looking at the agenda.
We have talked about this before. We talked about it at the retreat. I remember the county manager using, I'm going to give it a college try and propose this again, and he did. And he's done a good job of proposing it. What we're looking at is professionalism and order. And, I mean, the the county manager is wearing multiple hats. So I'm going to make a motion that we agree to move forward with the reorganization proposal that's been presented tonight.
Do I have a second?
I will second that. And the reason I second it, I think we have to have a vision and we have to move the county forward, and we can't do it unless we have the personnel to do it. And like I say, I heard it more than one time as I walked those General Assembly halls. The money is going to disappear. We've got to get in line and we've got to apply. And we can get help with water and sewer, and that's our critical problem. We need to do it, and we can't wait. We can't wait 5 years. We've got to do, the money's there, unless we want to finance it all ourselves and take on debt, where we can get help now. So.
I'm okay with grant writer, the water department. Water department is a must-have, you gotta do that. We spoke about the grant writer. We need a grant writer. I believe some of the citizens agree with me on that. We asked for a human resource person. I'm not going to empty our citizens' pockets with an additional 3% tax increase to fill all these positions. That's just my opinion. That's all I got to say about it.
Commissioner Freeman?
Of course, I've never been in favor of a tax increase. Commissioner Hoffman can tell you that. I know one year she was recommending 15 cents, and yeah.
I never recommended it.
Well, you said 15 cents. I took that as a recommendation. So I voted against that. Just not, of course, I see where we go from 1.5 to 3. And I know that particular year, maybe Commissioner Hoffman, I did agree with Commissioner Owens and another commissioner to go to 3 cents that year. As I did the math, I saw a lot of different things, and listening to Commissioner Craddock too on what I thought might be needed, because, just kind of trimming it to where Gates County is, certainly the water department, public utilities, without a doubt. Thinking about the moratorium that I believe I asked at our last commissioners meeting, why were we, what was up with that? And what happened there, of course, the Secretary's office had given me a call because I have a line of communication with them. They said, what's up with the wastewater in Gates County? We're getting ready to fine you. And I asked that question at the last commissioners meeting, not directly to that, because I didn't want to give up what I knew, that we were facing a $25,000 fine. Is that correct?
Yes, we'd received an NOV, and if we didn't respond, affirmatively to that, that would have, made us subject to those fines. And the reason we were under a moratorium is because despite the fact that the county constructed, brought online, and had approved the 40,000 gallon system, that 40,000 gallon system has never been made operational. So we remain at capacity at our 15,000. We can't connect anybody. And I haven't been able to discern an answer as to why, the county constructed a 40,000 gallon system and never brought it online.
Right. And there were six items I think they fined us.
Correct, there were 6 corrective actions.
Not just that one. So certainly I see we need that. Wastewater is, in the development of the land that we purchased, how's that gonna affect us? I think I asked all those questions then. But, I certainly see that we need some help. I don't know that we need all that. And, I'm just not up for a big tax increase.
Thank you for your comments. I think I'm last.
Yes, you actually have a live motion on the floor because it was properly second.
I know.
So,
We're in discussion, though.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If I could clarify, Chair.
Mm-hmm.
If I could clarify a matter.
You may clarify a matter.
I mean, what you're talking about right now are positions and organization. That's not synonymous with full funding. Just as is demonstrated in my organizational chart, there is a building inspector position. I'm not recommending that position be funded in this year. So I just want to make sure that that's understood, that voting for the positions in the organization is not a binding action that you must pay for every single one. Because that wasn't even part of my proposal under one of the departments.
Okay.
But and we're still in discussion.
Go ahead.
And that's the reason that I asked the question about how quickly will they be funded.
Mm-hmm.
Believing that it won't happen that quick, that's just an opinion of mine. Because, we want quality people in these positions. And the labor market out there is not, it's dwindling. So and if it's a position that we need, I hope it's, the ones that we need the most, I hope they're the first ones filled. And those would be the first ones I would run the hardest at. But believing that it wouldn't come super quick was one of my personal calculations in it. So having said that, and then you make the comment about not fully funding right away, that could change the number of cents. Is that fair to say?
Correct, and I already have the building inspector that I put on there that I am not requesting funding for that, and at this time, I'm not requesting funding for the executive assistant under county administration, but this board had previously indicated its support for the human resource, and I am requesting the funding for the assistant county administrator.
Yes. We have discussed this as a board. We are going to move forward. We hope the citizens understand that some of this funding we are talking about is to clean up what we didn't do. That's why we're hiring the people we're hiring, and you can disagree or not agree. It's making a difference because we have spent money on top of money on top of money, and some of this stuff is on back order, and people think we haven't done anything. Supply chain. And Gates County has to clean up and fix and upgrade what we need to do in water, wastewater, and other areas. And we do not have anybody out there freed up to do what needs to be done. We have a problem trying to get a special meeting with a quorum on this board because we have people who have jobs. And then Gates County doesn't have anybody else to do HR, the assistant manager, a position that could help do some of the things that we have to do, commissioners, or I have to do. But yet and still, we want what we want, but we don't want to organize around it. We don't want to pay for it, but we're going to call for the vote, and then we're going to move on.
What's your vote, Commissioner Freeman?
Nay.
What's your vote, Commissioner Hoffman?
Yes.
What's your vote, Dr. Riddick?
Yes.
What's your vote, Commissioner Owens?
Yes.
What's your vote, Commissioner Craddock?
Nay.
Results?
The results is the motion has passed. As stated earlier, Mr. Owens made the motion, properly second by Ms. Hoffler, agree to move forward with reorganizations as presented.
Okay, next on the agenda. Now, before we go to the last item on the agenda, I lost my agenda. I got two of them. We need to go back around for the items that Commissioner Freeman pulled off your consent agenda. The first one was G. Read it for us. Clerk to the board.
Budget Amendment F22043, coverage needed repairs in the sewer system.
Commissioner Freeman?
Yes, ma'am. What I was looking at there is what we just began to discuss, and we discussed some on what the Secretary's office called about the fines. And what I wanted to know was, is this in regards to just the wastewater system? Because as I understand it, that is, we've been estimating the flow for some time, quite some time, years maybe even. And that's against all the rules that I'm told about.
That's correct.
And maybe someone else, maybe county manager might be able to speak on that. So that was why I was wondering how much we intend to spend on that. Are they for the flow gauges that the Secretary's office in Raleigh recommends? Because now we are on their radar.
Yes, we are.
And they're gonna shut us down if we
Yes, they are.
don't comply.
Mr. County Manager?
Yes, I had a follow-up to that they wanted to know our intentions on that very NOV about the 6 violations, and I wrote to them that this county did not dispute any of the findings, and the county was already taking the corrective action and would take all of the corrective actions that were cited.
Great to hear. Do you know when we find out about it? Or, I know it was already in writing.
Well,
you took over as county manager, but when did you, as county manager, begin to realize that?
It was probably just a number of months ago when I started having the NOVs start rolling in.
Did we begin to buy any gauges or do any other things that you recognize need to be done?
No, I mean, not until I saw the NOVs. I didn't realize that there were those, I didn't realize those violations were present.
Did you actually see that at the system? Did you go out and view the system?
When I went out, I did view some of the violations that were out there. Went out, as far as the grass, the fence.
Was that in April?
Did
you go out? Because I think they did, if I'm not mistaken, they did their inspection in April 19th or so.
I've been out there once. I think it was after April. After I got that, because there were some things that I saw that I knew needed repair. I didn't know that they'd been out there and, inspected as an NOV, things like the down fence and some of those issues, and the grass cutting, which, that just was a lack of, it was not being done as, it was being allowed to grow too tall before it was being cut. And, and some of them were these were just maintenance issues, and they were not being scheduled properly, and you let enough of those build up, you end up having a violation, and then it becomes expensive fix. But no, I was surprised about both, inflow and outflow meters, not operational, and that they were just visually monitoring the lagoon to estimate what it was.
Did inspectors interact with you at all?
No, I was not notified that there was going to be an inspection by Diener at that facility.
After they were in and out, they did not contact the office to find out, let you know?
They've communicated, all our communication has been by email and by letter. But yes, we've been in contact, and I went out there and looked at it, and I've talked to our new director, and he's aware, and I made it clear that we we do not dispute a thing that they found and that we were already taking corrective actions under that NOV.
Very well. Did any of our county employees come to you? Because
No.
they were out on inspection,
No,
and they didn't let you know it was being inspected?
no. Tiffany was out there, and I wasn't made aware that there was an inspection that was going to occur that day, because if I was, I would have been out there.
I wonder why they didn't notify county government. Why a county employee didn't
Well,
notify county government?
Sometimes that's what the inspection agencies do.
No, I mean our employees.
I don't know. I really don't know. It was probably, I mean, that was a point in time that we were critically low. We only had 2 people in the department. The former director, he was on contract, and I can't say, with absolute certainty, what he knew about that upcoming, because a lot of his was for him to be able to sign off on certain certifications. So I don't know what he may or may not have received.
And my concern is not so much about about before that or during the inspection, but after, why a county employee would not notify us as the county government.
Yeah.
That
A state
inspectors
agency.
were here and that they were concerned that they were going to shut us down and why county government didn't. That's why I brought it up our last commissioners meeting.
Yeah.
Because I wondered what was going to be said, and I knew these things then.
Yeah. And I know that, agencies have come by and made, unannounced inspections, but I know sometimes what they'll do is like, they would come by the county manager's office or something, just say, we've been out to your site, but I didn't have any, they made no contact with me.
Right. And that, like I say, my main concern, or at least another concern that really gets me, is why not county employee, why not come to county government and say, hey, inspectors have just come here from Raleigh, look out, there's a $25,000 fine possibly coming.
Yeah.
And get in your office and close the door and say, notify somebody, let the commissioners know, somebody needs to start some kind of rubbing them and being nice to them.
Yeah, I mean, she may not have known that there are fines coming, but she absolutely knew there were state inspectors out on our property, and yes, I should have been advised of that.
Okay.
Anyway, that was.
Yeah, the next item, you have 2 of them?
Pardon?
Oh, the other one.
The surplus,
Hold up, we got to make a vote on this one.
Which one is it?
The one
The
about
budget amendment.
needed repairs in the sewer system.
What's the vote on?
And I'll make-
What are you asking us to vote?
It's a budget amendment.
We'll
It's to
take
help
off the
pay for the
consent
repair
agenda.
work.
Now we need to vote on it.
Yes,
Okay.
because that's,
I'll make a motion that we pass the budget amendment, F-22-043.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And your other one?
The other one was S's and Sam, request for surplus the Parker boat and trailer. Commissioner Craddock and I went out and viewed that vessel, and Commissioner Craddock actually started it up, ran the engine, and we talked about whether or not it should be surplus or given to the county, particularly to the sheriff's office. We thought about EMS, but we found out during that inspection, if you will, or look at that vessel, that EMS already has a rescue vessel out there, as well as the water checking station or whatever it is with O'Brien Sanders and that low.
Soil and water.
Pardon? Yeah.
Soil and water.
Thank you. Soil and water. So we thought that that vessel is in good enough shape. That boat, that Parker boat, with the engine and with the other things on there. We did see the wires that the county manager talked about were cracked and broken or whatever. So we did a little investigation on the background of that, and we found out that that was actually an old piece of equipment that was removed from an old EMS vehicle and stuck there to try to have a radio on it. So it had nothing to do with the parking boat. So I
And
wanted the commissioners to be aware of that.
what's the motion? What is your?
So our recommendation, and I'll make a motion, but our recommendation is that it stay within the county and the sheriff's office, and it be housed out there at EMS for the use not only of the sheriff's office, but all fire departments and anyone else that might have some water rescue within the county and within the lakes and the mill ponds and whatever waters we do have.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Ayes have it. The vote floats.
Madam Chair, may I ask
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Freeman, do you have any suggestions about repairs? I know
It would need a cleaning, and I am not an expert. I always heard that a boat was nothing but a hole in the water. You should throw your money in it and it keeps going on down. But Commissioner Craddock has a lot of expertise, and he mentioned that it could be refurbished, it shined, clean, and what have you, maybe in Elizabeth City, if I'm not mistaken, for about $1,500. And if that would be the case, it could be that we can talk to the sheriff about it, not talk with him. We didn't know what would happen here with it being on the agenda, and see if there are funds that could be developed for that, Commissioner Owens.
Okay.
So we're not asking for any funds at this stage.
All right.
And we're going, the police department, sheriff's department,
Well,
or EMS?
like I say, I haven't talked to the sheriff or any of the fire chiefs, but our thought was, Commissioner Crackton, and my thought was that it be available to all, because the sheriff's office might not be able to use it. A fire department might be able to use it. I know that some of our bad storms, and in fact, it's just a horrible, I hate to bring it up, but a horrible situation on 32, right at the fire department in Sunbury. A gentleman who had visited his wife was washed away in his automobile or truck, and we did not find that truck until 3 or 4 days after the hurricane. He had drowned in a truck and was found right there, in front of the fire department at that culvert there. So maybe if we'd had a boat, but I'll also give an example. Some may remember this when we had a hurricane. The sheriff had us all stationed at various fire departments throughout the county. I got a call. I was the only one at the Gates Fire Department, and I want to say it was Tracy Norfleet, but down on close to Durham Road, Scott Sheets and Aaron and myself went down there and loaded them up. It was about 6 or 7, I want to say. And as soon as I got to Durham Road, it was over my head. The next step I took, and I started swimming to their trailer and swam to their trailer. And there were 5 or 6 in the trailer, and there's water already in the trailer. We loaded them up on a boat and got them back to the fire department and kept them.
Okay. Madam Clerk, I'm right in line, okay. I'm gonna hit the gavel. We're gonna take a 2-minute break. We've been sitting here almost 3 hours. So I've heard from some of the gentlemen that they need to stretch. So we're gonna take 2 minutes, then we come back with a final couple of items.
I've had a long time. Yeah.
Haven't arrested yourself.
Yeah, it's still a problem.
Arrest yourself.
Yeah. Expensive, but worth it.
They are.
Next, I'm going to call to the podium Kim Alton, Finance Officer, for the adoption of fiscal year 2022-2023 budget with her highlights.
Okay. In your packet, there was a draft of the budget ordinance. This was inclusive of the items that were discussed at the budget work session on June 8th. So that raised the recommended tax of 81 cent to 82 cent. The items that were included was the 70,000 requested by the high school for the assistant principal position, the 9,000 and some odd change to cover the animal shelter repairs, and then, as discussed earlier, the remaining 17,000 went towards increasing the COLA to 5.5%. This also, in this revision, it included the decreased cost in health insurance. I went back, once I had the actual retirement percentages, I went back and reduced that in the budget to the actual instead of estimated. Staffing recommendations included the reclassification of a part-time vacant custodian position to full-time, the reinstatement of the part-time emergency management assistant position, and then the reclassification of an income maintenance caseworker to an APS social worker in DSS. What this budget did not include was the HR, the Human Resources Director position. And in order to cover that cost, you would need to increase the tax rate from 82 cent to 83 cent, or decrease appropriations in other areas. I also did the calculations on an HR director and an assistant county manager, and that would increase your tax rate by 2 cents. So it would be a total of 84 cents if those two additional positions are funded in this budget.
I think we've discussed it again, but is there any further clarification or questions from the board? I'm looking to my right, I'm looking to my left.
Because, just to clarify again, the action you took was the reorganization, the creation of those positions and the reorganization. Now you're at the budget phase, as to what you will fund and not fund. The board, in my opinion, has committed itself to the school system, the animal shelter repair, and by previous vote, the hiring of a human resource director. The last position that I'm requesting that you consider as part of this budget would also be the assistant county manager. And as the finance officer, as explained, that would put it at 84 cents. We ran the numbers once again at a mid-range salary for an appropriate grade for those positions. So my recommendation to you is to, I agree with the other changes that you have installed through your budget deliberations. And I lastly request the funding of the assistant county manager. And that would place the tax rate from 79 cents to 84 cents. And staff would make the appropriate changes to the total revenue expenditure amounts as a result of that action, if so moved.
Just to clarify, we are talking about the human resource director plus the assistant.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
You've heard the presentation by the finance director. Are there any questions of the finance director of this budget?
Good job putting it together.
Thank you.
It was a lot of work. It
Good
showed.
job putting it together.
Thank you.
I'm glad it's your job and not mine.
There are no other
So
comments?
if we wanted to make a whole lot of corrections, you would not be pleased.
No.
I would do what I needed to do, but no.
Oh, my.
As long as they can be done by June 30th.
Yes.
So the motion on the floor will be, County Manager, let me get it right. Amend?
Would be to amend the proposed budget to include the requested restoration of the assistant principal, to effect the repairs at the animal shelter, to establish the COLA at 5.5%, to fully fund full-time human resource director, and to fully fund an assistant county manager. And that would, in order to pay for that, that would also include increasing the present tax rate from 79 cents to 84 cents.
Madam Clerk, I know you're writing. I'll be ready when you are to read it back so we can have motion and go forward.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, we don't,
Go ahead.
yeah.
I'm-
We don't have a motion.
You don't have a
or anything
motion,
yet,
go
so-
ahead. I'm just,
We're in the classroom.
As you know, I look at the revenue finances all the time, and I see where during the course of the year, and of course, this is no guarantee it will continue, but some of our taxes, those
The
ones
sales
that
tax
are-
revenue?
Yeah, the sales tax.
Not the property taxes.
Yeah,
the
the sales taxes are running above what we had
Correct.
projected.
Could we use some of that extra?
Well, when we were looking at when we were looking at the revenues, we already projected up, whereas in the past, we were a little more conservative in that. So I don't know how much more wiggle room you would have in what's already in the budget for next year.
Okay, so you've already used some of that.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that wasn't showing up on my,
Madam, go ahead.
And, I'm sorry, Madam Chairman, and just for discussion's sake, and I have to mention this, is that we had looked at figures and looked at cost of living and really presumed and looked at and felt, and folks much smarter than I, that it should be level across the board. That someone working in this stage of county government should get the same cost of living increase as maybe the highest paid. But it doesn't work out that way.
Well, it does when you look at percentages. I mean, when you're multiplying it by the same percentage, then it is equal. Otherwise, that's not a COLA.
Yeah, but that
Right.
percentage, but that loaf of bread costs the same for the person that's using a lawnmower as it does for the person that sits behind the desk all the time.
Well, I could argue about my gas.
But I mean.
But, I understand what you're saying.
When I think of cost of living, that's the way I see it, is that everybody's cost of living is the same.
Did you want to touch on, do you have any comment?
No, I've had this discussion, and I've never seen a cost of living ever expressed or administered except in a percentage. I mean, it's based on a consumer price index. It's a different bundle of goods, and different people do have different purchasing habits, and people at certain income levels, have, because, they have attained years of experience and they have higher salaries, then they do have a higher standard of living, and they do have increased costs because of that. And, I was not able to find an example where a cost of living increase was administered in any other way except.
Is that fair?
I think it is fair.
I don't. For cost of living coming out of a government pocket that,
Yeah.
that,
And I can expand on that too, because if it is not expressed as a percentage, that also has a detrimental effect on your salary scale. Because what you're doing, if you make it an equal amount for all employees, is that the bottom ones are proportionally receiving more, the top is receiving less, and you start getting unwanted compression. A lot of times we speak in compression in terms of within a grade with, I've been here so many years, you've been here so many years, we're the same grade, why are we the same? To do it as a constant number is going to have large percentages at the bottom grades, resulting in smaller proportionally, and you're going to get a compression. That compression, the worst part, the minimizing at the top, those are the employees that carry the certifications that are very difficult to get, that are the most competitive out there in the labor market to get. So you want to be as well positioned as you can to compete for those forms of employees. So to do it other than by percentages, because that's how the salary scale is developed, it damages the integrity and the equity that's been tried to be built into that salary scale by compressing it.
I understand what you're saying, I just feel like that it should be equal to all.
I understand your sentiment.
Just because we're sitting here as a governing body, and we're representing everybody.
Correct.
And that the gallon of gasoline costs the same cotton picking amount it does for somebody here as it does for somebody there. And that loaf of bread.
Madam Clerk?
To amend the proposed, motion to amend the proposed budget to include restoration, assistant principal, animal shelter, Fuller Farm Human Resource Director, assistant county manager, to adjust tax rate from 79 cents to 84 cents?
Correct.
84, correct.
Yes.
84.
I mean, that's the motion.
Yes.
And a 5.5%
COLA.
And 5%.
5.5.
5.5% COLA.
And 5.5% COLA. Got it.
You've heard the motion on the floor. Do I have you've heard
Who
it.
made the motion?
That's the form of the motion.
All right, she just read the motion.
It need to be worded.
I need a motion. I need a motion.
I thought the reading was the adoption of the,
No, the chairperson asked me to explain the budget, and what the clerk has done has repeated that would be, if a party up here agrees, would be an appropriate motion for what I had explained.
That's the motion.
You want me to read it one more time?
no, you don't need to. I'll make the motion that was read by the clerk.
I have a motion. Commissioner Owen?
Once? Yes.
Okay, second.
I make the motion second.
Poll.
Commissioner Freeman, what is your vote?
It is a tough one. Like I say, I'm totally against raising taxes. Certainly don't want to hold our budget up because we're holding up county government. So it's difficult. Very difficult. Don't want to hold county government up.
Your vote?
Nay.
Okay.
Commissioner Hoffler?
Yes.
Chairman Riddick?
Yes.
Commissioner Owens?
Yes?
Commissioner Craddock?
Nay.
Motion passed.
Okay. Thank you, Kim. Commissioner and County Manager comments, if there are any left.
I have one.
Okay.
I'd like to make note that for Clemens County, that their dispatch center was recognized as the premier, the best dispatch center in the state of North Carolina. They were very gracious in their acceptance, saying that, and a large part of that was the assistance that they provided to Gates County in our time of need, and they were impressed about how that transition took place so quickly. And like I said, Perquins was very gracious and saying that it wasn't just their staff, it was our staff as well that made it work as smoothly as it did. I wholeheartedly agree with whoever made that decision, and I have nothing but good things to say about Clemens County, and I congratulate them on that honor of being named the #1 dispatch center in the state of North Carolina.
Here, here.
Yeah.
Anyone else have any comments?
I just want to comment, you'll see that they'll be cutting us highways, mowing this week. This is the week that they have set aside their schedule, and I believe they're in the Hopsville area now. Not that they started there for any reason, but they are there, so you'll be watching out for them. And as I said, I think it was very good that Gates County was present at the County Assembly Day in Raleigh, certainly meeting our representatives and senators, but we also heard from the Senate Pro Tem and also the Majority Leader in the House, and got updates on various legislations that will be of concern to us. And Medicare expansion has made it through the Senate, which is, kind of close the gap so people don't, between what they used to provide and what are some of the costs. So that is something that has never passed any house by any part of the assembly before. It has gotten through the Senate.
Okay. Anyone else?
I'd like to thank the citizens for coming out on my behalf. I apologize if it's happened again. I'm sorry.
Anyone else?
I'd like to just bring one thing forward that I haven't had an opportunity to talk about, and it came to me that we did, and like we missed out on the $1 million, $2 million, whatever, by not asking. We also missed out on $400,000 of $3.5 million. 90 counties in North Carolina were eligible for it. 89 of them applied. One didn't get it out of the 90, and that was Gates County because we did not apply.
Anyone else? I'll just close by thanking Commissioner Hoffa for driving yesterday. It was a scenic route. She took her time getting there. I just want to say that we have to have projects to get money. No, we don't apply for all the grants. We don't have anybody to apply, and we don't have anybody to administer it. That is the issue in Gates County, and hopefully we can solve that and get back on the trail of moving forward. I thank you for coming. I thank you for listening. I thank you for your phone calls, your emails, and everything else that you send my way. On the website, you will see that my phone number has been taken down. That's a landline. It is not working well. I asked the clerk to take it down and put my email address there. If you send me an email, tell me who you are and put your number there, and I'll call you. So no, I'm not trying to hide from anybody. And I'm not giving you my cell number. Ray got that. But yeah, you call us. We'll do the best we can. And commissioners, don't feel like you have to vote in the way everybody else does. You vote what you can support. And I know that when we vote and we are splintered or we're not a majority, you're going to come on board and help us do what we need to do.
Absolutely.
That's all that's expected. Once we vote, we move on. Do not go back and revisit it. Do not go back and be negative about it, because that's not just counterproductive. It's not going to help us. I thank everybody for coming. I entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? We all adjourn.